The classical composers I like. None. Fuck them all. Nah, I don't know. What can I say? I used to have on repeat Beethoven's it's gonna sound so cringe. I don't even know how I should share this. He has like I remember I used to fucking listen to his folk songs. So he was commissioned to write folk songs based on Irish and Scottish poems. Yeah, they're called like the 25 whatever. I used to listen to those because there was so much emotion, so much pain, so much. It's like a very distinctly modern form of suffering, you know, that I related to a lot. That's like, you know how people are angsty teens? That was my teen angst. That was my form of teen angst, you know? Like, that shit was angsty. It was just so angsty, just pure distilled anxiety to me. And to me, that's what listening to Mozart and Beethoven and the classical musicians was for me. Just pure modern angst. Pure modern, like, think of that feeling, you know, when you're in like Chicago or like a big city and you just feel just this fucking anxiety, like you're in a machine or something, just a radically alien world. That's the feeling those composers used to give me, and that's why I never used to tell people that I listened to them, because most people listen to those composers because they like the melody and they want to be pretentious, and it's like they're smiling, oh, it's so melodious. Well, no, for me, there's no melody or anything. It's just pure fucking Kantian, Hegelian angst. You know? Yeah. Are those Russian composers you mentioned classical composers? I don't know. What do you mean by classical? I always thought classical referred to Mozart, Beethoven, in that era. Those guys, I don't know if they're classical. Would they be considered classical? Yeah, romantic. Makes more sense. Yeah, you're right. Beethoven is romantic and Mozart is classical. You're right. You're right. Guys, I remember fucking being high as shit. Like, right out of high school. And I would fucking listen to... I would just listen to, like, Mozart's just basic shit, like a la Turca or some shit. And I would have this just fucking feeling of just fucking vertiginous anxiety. Just fuck. You know what I mean? Like, that's... I hate people who listen to classical music. I hate people who like classical music. Because most people listen to it and they do it for pleasure. Like, ooh, this is... I love the melody. And they want to feel pretentious and shit. And then the only other experience you could get from listening to that shit, to me, is just a sense of deep anxiety and, you know, reflection about modernity and shit. Otherwise, why listen to it? You know what I mean? But I don't like listening to it anymore. I never listen to that shit anymore because it's like satanic, you know? I'm not in that state of anxiety. To me, listen, it's the distinction between high culture and low culture, right? And real human authentic music is low culture. Real authentic human music is repetitive, mindless, folksy, soulful music. That's real human music. All of that shit, all avant-garde music is satanic. So jazz? No, shut the fuck up about jazz. I'm so sick of hearing about fucking jazz. Okay? Jazz is for pretentious fucking people and for fucking restaurants, fancy restaurants. Do. Shut the fuck up, dude. Yeah, fuck jazz. That's not what I mean by fucking folksy, soulful music. By folksy, soulful music, I mean like T Grizzly or some shit. I don't fucking mean jazz. Fuck jazz, dude. You have a view of jazz that's... Shut the fuck up, dude. Please shut the fuck up. All of you jazz listeners. Oh, I listen to real jazz. I don't give a shit. Shove it up your fucking ass. No one cares. Jazz is such a broad genre. Name one fucking jazz musician in 2021 who's worth anything. Shut the fuck up. That's like hating Hegel but loving Marx. No, it's not. Because music is music, you dumb, pretentious asshole. Critically and reflectively contemplating of the music's contribution to the development of music is very different from listening to music to get your fucking nourishment of the soul. I rarely listen to older music. I only don't. The oldest music I listen to is like 90s and 2000s now, because that's the era we're in. We're returning to the 90s and the 2000s. I'm in fucking reality. Y'all are dwelling in the past because you're a bunch of fucking losers in fucking high school. Oh, I have to go to the past to find myself because everyone rejects me in the present. Yeah, shove it up your ass. None of the cool kids like me. I have to go to the past, and that's where I have friends. No, even in the past, you wouldn't be a cool kid either. I don't listen to old music. I really don't. That's something I realized. I don't. I listen to music that I think contains the seeds of the future. I listen to music that reminds me of the future. You're a musical anti-populist. How? Fucking, I'm a musical populist. I like music that fucking is populistic, not fucking music that only fucking nerds like. What that means? You like jazz? Shut the fuck up, you dumb bitch. That's Anglo. Okay, here's the thing. In 2021, people like that. But especially Steven Pinker. And no, the oldest is Chomsky. Chomsky's the oldest guy. I would not have a problem. But here's the thing. Even then, I have to draw a line. Like, I would never bully Chomsky. I would just talk shit about him from afar. But if Chomsky, like, came on, I would not, like, be savage and brutal. Because he's literally, like, 99 years old. Like, you know. Maybe if Chomsky was, like, 30 years younger, I would. Or 20 years younger, but I think Chomsky has not contributed anything to the left but bad things. He's only fucked shit up. I'm feeling a lot better now. I woke up groggy because of the pot, but I'm feeling really well rested, really alert, and really energetic right now. I'm feeling good right now. I'm feeling good. Okay, Perspective was caught in traffic. He's gonna be on ASAP.
Maybe we can join the crowd. Life is full without sound. We're the crazy.
Seems like we need to fight to care about the other, to come alive. It's not getting better in another life. I tell you what's on my mind, but now I start to smile and bet on what I feel. I don't wanna lose you. I need you in my life to be my one. Don't want you with me, but I'm afraid.
Who said it's getting postponed by an hour? Who said it's getting postponed by an hour? Where'd you hear that? Where did you hear that?
Trying to forget it in another life. I tell you what's on my mind, but now I start to smile and bet on what I feel. Say I don't wanna lose you. I need you in my life to be my one. Don't want you with me, but I'm afraid I'm gonna end up being lonely. 'Cause you and me, we end up being so lonely, so lonely.
Can you tell me where you heard it was gonna... President Sunday live stream is for 11:39. I'm gonna ask him.
I start to smile and
Thank you, Lao. I appreciate it.
I feel inside on my mind, on my mind. I start to smile and back down, and back down. I feel inside. I don't wanna lose you. I need you in my life to be my one. Don't want you with me, but I'm afraid I'm gonna end up being lonely. I don't wanna lose you. I need you in my life to be my one. Don't want you with me, but I'm afraid I'm gonna end up being lonely.
I can't believe this, guys. I literally took a year leave of law school, and it's official now. Like, they got back to me, and they're like, "Yep, your year leave was approved." And now I'm just like in this zone of uncertainty. It's like, fuck, I'm taking a risk, guys. I'm taking such a risk. But I'm gonna start being like an 8-hour streamer. I'm gonna get my shit in order. I'm gonna clean my fucking apartment. I'm sick of being depressed, man. I'm sick of being depressed. I'm sick of it, man. I'm sick of being depressed. I'm sick of being unmotivated. You know? I've been depressed for the past week or two. Past 2 weeks, I've been kind of depressed. Thank you, JC, but I'm ready to get out of this fucking phase. You know? I'm gonna get a haircut, trim my beard, clean up my beard. And I'm gonna fucking brace myself. I'm gonna start looking at how to make infrared merch, and I'm gonna wear that merch every day. I'm gonna make merch that I could wear. It's gotta be shit I could wear, you know? I'm kind of thinking, I like RT's merch a lot. RT puts out pretty good merch, and I kind of want to make it like that. Kind of thinking like that. I like RT's style of merch, but it's expensive. Fuck, yeah, they sell it's like 200. Russia Today, not fucking Rooster Teeth. I wasted 1 hour of my life with the Astrov debate. When someone asks for a definition, just pick one from the dictionary and move on. Now, he wouldn't, dude, he wouldn't stop there. He would be like, trust me, okay? What he was looking for is to reduce the fucking word bad to some kind of neatly defined concept, which could not possibly exhaust the use of that word. Because let me tell you why. I don't subscribe to for a version of subjectivism, according to which words just mean what we prefer alone. So when I say bad, I think it's referring to something objective. Then he would just say, well, I don't subscribe to moral realism, so he wouldn't have to debate me. You see this? Like, I would have to agree to something I don't agree with just to begin the debate. He's on now? Why not treat him as an ally? Because I consider veganism that fucked up. That's why, dude. I consider veganism that fucked up. I am a cultural revolutionary. And part of the cultural revolution I want to be a part of is eliminating veganism from the face of the earth. What's your question? What's your question? Veganism to me is the end of humanity. I'm resisting the end of humanity by being against vegans. What's wrong with vegans? Because the fundamental relationship to being as a whole, vegans establish, is anti-human, depraved, nihilistic, and very dark. Laura Southern. But I don't even know who she is. I really don't. Can you describe your study method and how you got such a great understanding of philosophy? Because my goal was not to understand philosophy. My goal was to be at peace spiritually with the world. Philosophy was just a way to, I never cared about philosophy as such. I cared about things like justifying the truth of Marxism. I was a religious fanatic before I was a philosopher. That's the truth of philosophy too, by the way. You think philosophers... Where do you think philosophy came from? Descartes started modern philosophy because he thought a demon... He posed the question of whether a demon was deceiving him about... Like, he had this radical anxiety and doubt that everything he thought was true could be false. Philosophy itself is dry, bankrupt, and meaningless. The interest in philosophy comes from something in your soul, and philosophy only enters the picture when there's a spiritual turmoil inside of you. And to me, that spiritual turmoil was me growing up as a Muslim in the modern Western world. That's why I was interested in philosophy. And that's why I don't trust religious Muslims who are active online and they're super religious and shit. Because how could you not be honest with the fact of there being a fundamental spiritual turmoil? All of these religious people, like I said, they act like they're Muslims and they're religious and shit, and they're going watching anime and stuff. It's no, dude, there's a contradiction here. There is a fundamental fucking contradiction. You're just not being honest about it. Do you see cities as a parasite of the country? Yes, I do. Ultimately, that's what they become. You like reading Rumi. So to me, the possibility of okay, we're gonna start in 15. She's undercover. Okay, we're gonna enter right now. Can we not elevate animals within human exceptionalism without devaluing language? I don't know what you're talking about.
She's looking to me. Oh, let it Louis. She's undercover. Brother Louis, Louis, Louis. Oh, doing what it's doing. So leave it, Louis, 'cause I'm her lover.
Hey,
What's up?
we're just waiting for Lewis. So we're going to run the intro music at about 5 minutes too, and then we'll get going. Lewis should be around any second now.
Can we like speed it up and just kind of like get right to it?
Sure.
Yeah.
The intro is just so people can come into my channel and see it.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I got
And I
you.
haven't heard from Lewis yet, so it gives us some extra time.
Okay, for sure.
My impression is that he literally just got in the door as he messaged me.
Okay.
Yeah. How are you doing?
I'm all right. Doing pretty good.
Good. All right, I'm just going to run the intro so we're live, and hopefully Lewis gets in on time. Otherwise, I guess we'll wait.
Oh yeah, one last quip. So like
Please.
the way that we face each other, right?
Mhm.
It's I think last time it was like back to back. Is it possible to like we could face each other like
You mean like the frames on the screen?
yeah, like I was facing away and it kind of looked weird.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah, absolutely. I can just flip them around.
Yeah,
Like
that's
so.
all. I was, yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, we can do that.
All right.
Okay, and Lewis is live now, so now we're just waiting for him to come in. Dude, get in the stream. Okay, I messaged him. All right, I'm going to run the intro, and he should be in by then.
Allah, it's taking so long.
Okay, anybody who says they didn't like that is banned. All right. We are joined once again by Haz from Infrared and Lewis from Perspective Philosophy to debate veganism. A quick reminder about format and rules. Opening statements are 8 minutes long. Who goes first will be determined by a coin toss. I will warn you when you hit 5 minutes so you can wrap up, because when you hit 8, I will cut you dead. This will be followed by 2 sets of alternating 5-minute responses, followed by 45 minutes of open discussion, and concluding with 20 minutes for question period.
Hold on. Do you think it'd be better if we just do like a full open discussion?
I think have open statements and then we can
I do insist on opening statements and at least one exchange of arguments. Otherwise, it just becomes a shit show from go.
Okay, fine.
Yeah, but I'm happy to cut it short by 1 5 minutes.
If it's any consideration, I haven't had a chance to prepare. I got in I thought that we were starting at 10:30, so I thought I was late. So I have had no chance to prepare. So like my streams watched me trying to type shit down just to try and like.
Yeah, no worries. And for whatever reason, I thought we were early, so just.
Oh, right. So we are actually. Oh, so I was actually late. Okay.
Yeah, you were. Unfortunately,
that sounds about right.
All right. So this will be followed by 1 set of alternating 5-minute responses, followed by endless open discussion. And when we hit, let's say, 2.5 hours in, we'll end with audience questions for about 20 minutes. If you have questions, you need to ask them in my chat. I ask that you mark them with an asterisk so I can find them. Rules of conduct are strict. Speaking out of turn will result in 30 more seconds of speaking time being allotted to the other party. Doesn't really matter because we're going straight into open discussion. The use of slurs or personal abuse will be met with an immediate ban, and this applies both to the audience and to our debaters. If either participant attempts to talk over or challenge the moderator, being myself, during this debate, they will first be muted and warned, then removed. I trust all this has been made clear, and that by participating, both guests have tacitly agreed to the rules as just laid out. With that out of the way, we will flip a coin to see who goes first for opening statements. Lewis, your heads. Taz, your tails. Tails. Haz, you go first. You have 8 minutes.
Sure, yeah. So I didn't actually prepare an 8-minute opening statement, but I think there's a few things that I think I want to cover here that I wasn't able to cover last time because I was too tired. So the first thing in order is that I made actually a big mistake during the last debate because I made a confusion. I made a conflation, and I was overthinking it too much. So when I conceded that animals... Thank you, Shin E, for the raid. Appreciate it. Sorry about that. When I conceded that animals are in fact conscious, for some reason I was confused, and I thought that what he was trying to say is that for Hegel, animals are attributed with a degree of not a degree. They are attributed subjectivity and selfhood, and obviously that is the case in Hegel's philosophy of nature. The organism in general, not just plants, but also the earth and plants, have some kind of subjecthood in relation to their own generality. That's a completely different thing than subjectivity proper for, speaking subject. So I confused that for some reason with consciousness, and I thought he was trying to say that by the criterion that there's some kind of similarity between the division between generality and individuality that Hegel establishes is uniquely the case for animals as opposed to plants with consciousness. And that was a big mistake on my part. As a matter of fact, within the very opening of Hegel's philosophy of nature, it becomes very clear that Hegel has a working distinction between nature and spirit, and that animals actually fall within the category, I guess it's a loaded term philosophically, of nature. Animals do not participate in spirit proper, as far as Hegel is concerned. Now, one of the reasons why this was so confusing is because Hegel also makes it clear that the dialectical concept, which is interior and which emerges only in spirit, is the very thing that leads the stages of the philosophy of nature further. So, for example, beginning from mathematics to inorganic physics to organic physics, the thing leading these stages along is the very same dialectical concept, which emerges only in spirit. But that doesn't mean that it's the same thing as the domain and sphere of spirit proper. And I think one of the other reasons I had this confusion, because I was thinking more of the question of the implications this has in cosmological terms. Like, what does the implications of the emergence of spirit have for like a cosmology of spirit, which I guess is the work of Ilyenkov itself. Like, how is it that nature becomes the thinking consciousness? Um, so I think I was being too generous with perspective philosophy and attributing him with a degree of depth that wasn't there. Um, because he wasn't talking about that. As a matter of fact, the stage of consciousness, if you can even call it a stage proper, within Hegel's phenomenology of mind, is only meaningful from the perspective of being an orientation, a path to absolute knowledge. Consciousness, and moreover self-consciousness and other stages, are, for Hegel, rather than necessarily existent stages within which different kinds of beings dwell, they are moments of the incomplete. They are moments of not only moments of absolute knowledge, but they are also incomplete perspectives on the question of absolute knowledge within the history of philosophy. And Hegel makes that very clear. Even the question of whether consciousness or self-consciousness exist as such is by no means clear in Hegel, rather than just being incomplete perspectives in the history of philosophy. So this idea that Lewis was forwarding, like that, oh yeah, humans belong to the middle term of self-consciousness and animals belong to the term, it's a complete absurdity. Hegel makes it very clear, also in the philosophy of nature, of the sphere of humanity and the sphere of spirit coincide. It's one and the same sphere. Like, spirit begins with humanity. So consciousness, self-consciousness, reason, spirit, etc., these are not things that you can, neatly box. These are not, this is not some kind of like cosmology within which humans only occupy one sphere. Humans are a part of every single sphere, every single one. The question, like, humans are not just the middle term, as Lewis was putting it. That's a complete, ridiculous absurdity. Humans, humans, all of this phenomenology of mind is describing humanity proper. You can say that
3 minutes left.
Yeah, you could say that the different spheres represent like different relationship humanity has, different relations, but to absolute knowledge, I mean, but ultimately it's all humanity. It's not just the so-called middle term. Maybe what he was trying to say is that self-consciousness is the extent of humanity as can be conceived of like as an individual, and moreover, not just an individual, but an unreflexive, like non-philosophical individual, like the kind of pre-moral individual of Kant. Even then, that would be very wishy-washy and very ambiguous. So, let me think. Is there anything else I wanted to get to? 'Cause I have 3 minutes. I can think about it. Yeah, in general, I just think Lewis doesn't have any real grasp of Hegelian philosophy. I think he's deeply confused about what he's talking about. I think I'll just conclude it there.
Thank you very much. And Lewis, you're going to get 8 minutes, starting now.
Right, that's great. I hope you can all hear us. So yeah, I think it's quite funny in some respects to kind of double back on saying that animals are conscious, considering Hegel himself actually says animals are conscious in the phenomenology of spirit. He actually says, I'll find the quote if you like. He says, what is it? Where is it? As sentient, I am myself, external, spatial, and temporal. As receptive of sensuous intuitions, I receive them from something which is external to itself. An animal can intuit, but the soul of an animal has for its object not its soul itself, but something external. He does not say that animals are soulless, without consciousness, who don't intuit the world. No, they don't intuit themselves. That is the separation, which is why they never make it to the middle term within the dialectical process, which I thought, I was hoping you are starting to understand. But that's essentially the positive, notion being represented against nature. And this is where we start producing determinate objects and identities from which then we can make meaning and sense of nature and not take it at its infinite form, which seems to prevent any knowledge of nature itself. But that's essentially the Hegelian dialectic, which reconciles absolute knowing in the sense of the let's pull up another quote. Like, it is fundamentally the truth of consciousness which is being reconciled within spirit. Spirit has shown itself as the unity of soul and consciousness, the former a simple immediate totality, and the latter knowledge, which is not limited by any object and no longer stands in relation to it, but its knowledge of the simple, neither subjective nor objective totality. Spirit originates, therefore, not only from its own being and relates itself to its own determinations. So spirit is related only to itself, which has annihilated the mediation of self-consciousness in consciousness. Consciousness as spirit no longer needs self-consciousness. It takes reality as it is. It no longer has to propose determinate objects. For example, humanity. That's unbelievably clear. I mean, in the science of logic, he says, a beginning is logical in that it is made to be the element of a free self-contained thought. In pure knowledge, it is mediated, for pure knowledge is the ultimate and absolute truth of consciousness. Like, I mean, I don't know how many times I have to say this, and he does say that animals are conscious. He just says that animals don't will themselves, so cannot own themselves. He basically says they are conscious, but can't, contain their own, own their own spirit. That's just essentially that they're not self-conscious. They're incapable of ethics. So they're not able to sign contracts, which I don't think many of us would disagree with. But his inability to reconcile consciousness and self-consciousness because of his own ideology is exactly what we need to talk about. So now that that's out the way, let's move on to really what we need to consider within this conversation, which is that previously I outlined the ontological commitments of Hegel as consciousness, and that these commitments also have an epistemological grounding in which self-consciousness must reconcile itself with consciousness as a reflexive process, intellective, purely reflexive on the sensuous data that it receives from conscious experience. Without such data, it would be meaningless. The experience in the world is what grounds self-consciousness. Knowledge is not knowledge abstract, but knowledge of ourselves, which would, without which, when we pose something like an abstract notion of a rational man, we reduce the notion of God in Hegelian philosophy to that of a calculator, or worse still, a Kantian. The idealization of man has been tested, and it has resoundingly failed. The Hegelian position stands to reconcile the unity of consciousness and the self. This attempt to move us towards an abstract one-sidedness is in and of itself a notion of either an unhappy consciousness or an attempt to express one's consumption out of fear of meaninglessness. So we're either trying to consume meaninglessly, rather, or we are trying to escape that meaninglessness through an abstract notion. So you can either pick. You're either someone who consumes animals because you like the taste of them and you're scared of giving up your favorite foods, or you do it because you have some sort of supreme anthropocentric notion. You're a Christian, you're a Muslim, or something like that. This stands really as a dominant ideology, one which I would name carnism, one that sees that meat consumption. Thank you. One that sees meat consumption as natural, normal, and necessary. One which places the object of man as a sublime object of ideology from which we are supposed to see the world through, where its name could only be said to be Adam. We must seek to disavow this ideology or this abstract notion and instead reconcile ourselves with consciousness. We need to confront the monstrosity that we see in the eyes of the animals and our own death drives as recognizing ourselves as committing an action of evil and injustice, and reconcile ourselves with our own self-destruction. So what must happen? So what must happen next is our active reconciliation with consciousness itself, the movement to consider the life and liberty of all sentient beings and reject abstract notions of right and unjustified modes of consumption. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Haz, you're going to have 5 minutes to respond. Yep. Okay, well, we can hear you on my end.
I'm sorry, I gotta fix my stream though. I gotta fix.
Okay,
my
no
stream.
worries. Take your time.
Properties, default. Hold on. Okay, I think I got it fixed. I got it fixed. Okay, we're good.
Perfect. All right. 5 minutes.
Okay, let me just go. We got 5 minutes?
You got 5 minutes.
Yeah, okay, sure. Lewis, Hegel does not say that animals are conscious. You literally just pulled that out of your ass. The relevant passage you just described proves that animals could not possibly be conscious because consciousness takes as its premise the very subject-object distinction, which animals are not capable of having. Consciousness, Lewis, is not simply is not simply like the ability to intuit, the ability to have intuitions or whatever. Consciousness specifically refers to these what an object is for another, for someone. For Hegel, it's very clear that animals do not possess this, it's interesting, and also that you keep fucking dodging the point. It's just like as clear as day. It is like so one-sidedly apparent. For Hegel, within the very philosophy of nature, you can read the first part of that philosophy of nature. Animals belong to the domain of nature. Humans belong to the domain of spirit. Hegel, there's no ambiguity whatsoever as far as that's concerned. Now, what you're trying to do is make it seem like consciousness is some kind of existent for Hegel, right? But in nowhere does Hegel say consciousness is an existent. Consciousness for Hegel represents an incomplete perspective as far as the quest for absolute knowledge is concerned. Hegel, for example, talks about the immediate consciousness, of sense certainty, right? And the whole thing that is driving this process along is the quest for absolute knowledge, okay? When Hegel talks about consciousness, he's talking about the inadequacy of consciousness to exhaust this. That's why for Hegel, there is actually a moment in which consciousness necessarily must become self-consciousness, okay? And this follows imminently. Hegel doesn't say consciousness becomes self-consciousness because of some biological mutation. Hegel says consciousness becomes self-consciousness because the attempt to arrive at the absolute knowledge by means of the immediate consciousness of objects in the world ultimately fails and becomes inadequate. So eventually, consciousness itself, as selfhood, must become such an object. And this is the stage for Hegel of self-consciousness. It is so fundamentally meaningless to say that animals are conscious because animals are not caught in this quest for absolute knowledge whatsoever. So no. Then the second thing you said, that it's very clear for Hegel that you said a lot of word salad and a lot of mumbo jumbo about self-consciousness. Hegel, yeah, it's very clear that humans are the middle term. No, it's not clear whatsoever. Nowhere does Hegel state that humans are the so-called middle term. For Hegel, again, the phenomenology of spirit exhausts is all humanity. It's all humanity that's participating in all of these stages. It's all moments of humanity. Actually, the young Hegelians precisely interpreted it that way. They got rid of the element of God and were basically just saying that it's just a fundamentally human. Hegel was secretly just saying that this was all man, or as Marx said, the conclusion of German philosophy is that man is the highest essence for man. I mean, you can reject that perspective and say Hegel was really talking about God and so on and so on, but animals don't figure in it whatsoever. You're saying Yeah, consciousness isn't some kind of existent premise. Consciousness is a stage of inadequacy for Hegel and nothing more. Now, if you're talking about consciousness as the elementary moment of the subject object
One more
distinction,
minute.
then yeah, obviously consciousness has great importance for Hegel. But what consciousness actually is, so far as its essence is concerned, has to be taken at the end of his philosophy, not the beginning. He doesn't establish a dogmatic premise that he remains committed to the very end. What consciousness actually must necessarily be is at the end of the phenomenology of spirit, not the beginning. You said that is clear, but nowhere is. I forgot. I don't know what you said. The so-called ontological commitment you're talking about consciousness is just wrong. You're talking out of your ass. Hegel describes the inadequacy of consciousness, and that's the whole point. I already said that. Now, you may oppose the so-called idealization of man as a failed enterprise or whatever, but Hegel recognizes humanity and man as the exclusive domain of spirit. It is literally meaningless, incomprehensible, and absurd to think that the animals can belong to the sphere of spirit.
All right, that's a good line to end on.
If you
'cause we're
reject
on,
it, you're not a Hegelian. Okay, that's it.
yeah, we're on time. Yeah, sorry about that. And Lewis, 5 minutes.
He just doesn't reconcile them as like self-conscious, which I've provided evidence for because I actually quoted Hegel. The the thing is that I think it's quite funny because you say that Hegel begins with the subject-object distinction. No, he begins with the immanent consciousness, which is the point of self-certainty, which is just existence itself. It's infinite, which is why he starts with the infinites, which I would like to ask you if you could name them. What are the three infinites that exist in Hegel? If you could outline what are the fundamental ontological tenets of reality. Which exist within which self-consciousness must reconcile, because they are what we begin with, which is the whole movement. Like if we already began with the subject-object distinction, the movement would have already started the dialectic too soon, which he criticizes other philosophers for doing. He starts the dialectic at the very beginning. What must be the case, and where can we reason from? So when you say that he actually presupposes like a dogmatic notion or something as the first term that he's not committed to, that's ridiculous. Hegel absolutely is committed to the movement of the dialectic. The terms prior were necessary, and we have imminently moved from them to complete the dialectical process, which is the reconciliation of the first term and the middle terms in spirit. It's the way reason works. Hegel's not like abstracting a new rational schemata where he's just totally revolutionizing the way people think. He's actually taking something which was proposed in many ways by Plato and Aristotle and renewing it for a modern time and showing how it actually develops over time. Like the notion of consciousness as its immanency is stagnant. The motion of the middle terms is self-consciousness and is infinite, and he says that as much, the infinite middle term, which is self-consciousness, and that is on I think on in the phenomenology of spirit an absolute right. The reality of the situation is, like, to say that the ontological commitments of Hegel are not to consciousness and purely self-consciousness totally misses the value of self-consciousness. Self-consciousness is to remove the negativity that exists, the purely negative motion that exists in consciousness, in which we are subject to all of the pains of nature and never actually able to express our drives. We're existing in a way that's purely impulsive, in a way that is damaging, and so seek to free ourselves. It is an imminent movement because we are in pain, and that pain drives us onwards. It's not that we have already started with the intellectual, like the introspective necessary conditions to work out what we must know, because that would be the Kantian position. That would be like, all right, well, we already have what we need to know everything about absolute knowledge and truth. And so we can just enter it into a calculator, into a boop, boop, categorical imperative. There we go. No, that's not how it works. The reality of the situation is that we are analyzing the drives that are being mediated through society. These drives are necessary for Hegel, and they exist in consciousness. And that's what society is mediating in terms of absolute right. at the point of absolute right, there is no confliction in the system of drives. Now, Hegel sees that as being purely anthropocentric. Of course he does. He was writing 300 years ago. It is absolutely odd when people were even non-racist 300 years ago. And you said yourself, Hegel is fairly conservative as an individual. That's not surprising. But looking at Hegelian philosophy through the lens of what did Hegel think would be dogmatism and historicism. That's
1 minute
not
left.
how it works. You don't go, Hegel thought X, Y, and Z, and then seek to prove his conclusions. You take the Hegelian method, you take the ways in which he understood the world, and then you apply it to the problems that we have. And that is what contemporary Hegelians do, which is why we don't seem to be trying to promote some sort of monarchy for some reason. It's almost as if it had everything to do with him living in Prussia. Like, oh my God. Like, anyway, the whole point of this scenario is to reconcile that consciousness must reconcile itself with itself. That is the mandate in Spirit. When Spirit has done that, then Spirit is free. Now, I'll give you 4 quotes. I think was it 4 or 3 quotes explaining that. Now, I ask you the question: what are the 3 infinite tenets which are the ontological foundations for Hegel? The 3 infinites in Hegel.
All right, thank you, and that's time.
Yeah. So
Okay, and by request, we're going to move into open discussion. For the audience, if you want to ask questions, I cannot see them unless they're in my chat. So you're going to have to come in here and put them into my chat. I ask that you put an asterisk on both sides of it so I can identify it quickly, and we'll try and go through as many as possible in the last 20 minutes. We're going to go for about an hour if we're both okay with that. Yeah, guys, take it away.
So, Lewis, I'm actually not going to entertain your little attempt to quiz me or whatever, because you're not the teacher in this scenario. You're my student, as proven by our actual.
Because you don't know, you're avoiding the question.
Well,
you don't know.
Okay, so you're randomly gonna quiz me on random bullshit.
Establish
Sunday. Is guy he's allowed to interrupt me like this? Because I can interrupt too.
I
could be way more unpleasant than you, Lewis. We don't want to play this game, do you?
Hang on, guys.
Little boy, don't play this game with me, Lewis. Don't play these gorilla games with me, little boy. Lewis,
Lewis, 10 seconds, then Lewis, go.
Lewis, you failed to actually. I have to respond to a lot of the shit he said. I'm gonna only get 30 seconds.
Give him more time.
You get 10 seconds until he's allowed to interrupt.
Okay, yeah, Lewis, you haven't fucking demonstrated the relevance of the 3 infinites according to Hegel as far as the actual point under contention was concerned. The point under contention being, you talked about the immanent, oh no, Hegel doesn't begin with the division of subject of object. Well, you're just fucking putting words in my mouth. What I'm trying to say is that consciousness, beginning with consciousness, immanent or otherwise, implies some kind of fundamental division between subject and object. There is no consciousness without that division. Now, I didn't say Hegel. My fucking point was Hegel doesn't establish a dogmatic premise that he maintains his commitment to. As far as the ontological commitment to consciousness is concerned, which is what we're beginning with, the actual content, the being of consciousness, is something that Hegel develops through the course of the phenomenology. You do not first establish the ontological significance of consciousness and then begin from there. That's not the nature of Hegel's thinking, and it's not his method, and it's not how his system worked. Now, your thing about Hegel lived 300 years ago. Yeah, but here's the difference. Hegel had a very rigorous distinction between nature and spirit, and he also had a rigorous description of what he considered animals and the way in which animals were different from humans. Nothing has changed to justify a difference as far as how you can reconcile Hegel's underlying method and his system with the others. You talk a lot of gibberish and word salad.
Okay, I'm going to stop you there.
Yeah.
Lewis, do you want to respond?
Well, I mean, to be entirely honest with you, I'm a little bit sad that you're not going to answer the question, because I think it is fundamentally important, since it is the ontology from which Hegel's building everything from. I mean, I can answer it if you like, but whatever. And if you want to ask me a question on Hegel, you're very welcome to be entirely honest with you. You can quiz us on whatever you want.
You're the one who needs education here.
Well, I'm happy to answer any question you like. But the thing is that when we look at the determinate objects, like the production of determinate objects in Hegel, and that in terms of the first subject-object distinction, that's not where he begins the phenomenology of spirit. He begins at the immanency of consciousness, which is essentially the end of Cartesian.
You know,
Well, yeah. Okay. Well, then I'm just making it clear for
which
the audience.
but it
too, very
implies
well.
a subject-object distinction, which is the
No,
point.
it
Hang
doesn't.
on.
No, it
Let
doesn't.
him finish his point. 10 seconds, Lewis. Then he can interrupt. Go.
Quite the opposite. It doesn't imply a subject-object distinction. It actually implies the infinite subject. That's the issue. It implies the infinite being until we start to reconcile ourselves and destroy nature and replace it with a notion or a concept. And then the reconciliation of that notion and reality is the concept itself. When he says the concept or like spirit, you're right in saying that the truth of spirit is not like in nature itself. Like we don't like, you know, we don't have ethical knowledge like imbued within us. At least it's not knowledge in us. It's the grounds for knowledge. It's the grounds for truth, which is why Hegel points towards the law within me as well.
Okay,
But he
before
doesn't.
we
But he doesn't say that it's like, he doesn't say specifically that the okay, he doesn't say specifically that we have knowledge in nature or something inherently.
can we walk back what you just said though? You just said that Hegel begins with the immanent consciousness, which is infinite subjectivity. Okay, and then you said it's before we have to destroy nature. Wait a second. We don't do anything, Lewis. It all follows immanently from the nature of consciousness itself, that the division between subject and object. So yes, consciousness does imply the division of subject and
But it,
object.
but I will say it doesn't. We do something. Like I think that
No, we
trying
don't
to
do anything voluntarily. That's complete nonsense. What are you even talking
Hegel's
about?
not a determinist. Hegel is not a determinist.
You're saying that
Um,
we begin with the infinite consciousness and then we voluntarily destroy nature and create the
it's
division of
in the
the
words
subject
of
and
Hegel.
object?
In the words of Hegel, the substance is separated through action. Everything is a moment of will. Like
Okay,
there is,
but
which
that
was
doesn't
so
make it
we are.
voluntary.
Here, hang on
No,
one at a time.
it
Lewis,
is the
finish your
will.
thought.
It is sorry. It is the will.
The
that
will
is moving.
figures in his
Hang
ontology,
on,
though.
Has.
The will
Has,
isn't
one moment.
separate from
Let him
being.
finish his thought, Has. Lewis, go.
I was just saying that we are the will. That when we are acting, we are manifestations of the will.
The will is not
And
separate from being.
I completely agree. Which is why when we are truly free, it's in spirit itself, which is the reconciliation of will with itself.
But
When the
but
will can,
spirit reveals the truth of consciousness, and if it reveals the truth of
I
consciousness, the
agree.
truth is that being entails the will. The will is part of being, and that therefore the subject-object distinction is implied by consciousness.
It's not that the will is part of being, it's that the will is being, that all there is will. Like that, like it's not to say that, like, so when we talk about what Hegel's seeing as the foundation, he wouldn't see a consciousness as something which is inert. It's
Listen,
not
listen.
non-acting.
Okay,
It's,
how
it is
does
it is a will.
objectivity arise according to Hegel?
How does objectivity arise? Well,
Yeah.
we would get it through the negative process of through self-conscious
Where does
mediation,
that
which
come
happens
from?
through the master-slave dialectic.
Okay,
And the
where does that
movement.
come from?
Uh,
Ontologically speaking, where does that latent potentiality come from? Is it
that
something outside of being, or is it something imminent to being
Well,
itself?
nothing's outside of.
Okay, so let's shut the
like,
fuck
Hang
up
on,
and stop
Has,
saying that Hegel
hang on,
doesn't begin with an
Has,
object-subject
Has.
distinction implied by consciousness.
All right.
like, nothing's
Sorry.
outside.
Lewis,
not-
respond.
yeah. So nothing's outside of being as becoming. I mean, that's obvious. That's saying that there's something outside of existence. Like existence. So be like, what's outside of existence? Like non-existence. Like it doesn't make sense. Like the point of what Hegel's saying is that there are a few things. Actually, this is why I said what are the three infinites, because it's the three ontological infinites that are the foundations for this process. Okay, and
Thank
I'll
you.
outline
Has,
them.
now you can respond.
Okay, okay. Unless you want us to outline them, do you want us to
Okay,
outline them?
Lewis, it's not relevant because me saying consciousness implies a subject-object distinction is 100% correct. It's as simple as that.
Wait, sorry, say that again.
Me saying that consciousness implies a division between subject and object, and that for a being to possess consciousness, it must be able to differentiate, it must participate in a subject-object distinction. It must be able to be cognizant of objects, to be conscious of some kind of content. That is 100% true. You contested it by talking about a lot of gibberish and word salad, and I had to rein you in, and now it seems like you're conceding on the point.
No, I would 100% say that the subject-object distinction is actually a product of language. I mean, this isn't even just in Hegel. We could go to Heidegger. if you like.
Consciousness presupposes language for Hegel.
Consciousness presupposes language.
Yes,
No, it
a
doesn't.
conscious being is a being that possesses
No, it
language for
doesn't.
Hegel.
No, it
Yes,
doesn't.
it does.
Absolutely.
Yes,
No,
it
it doesn't.
literally
Which
does.
why does he
For
write then?
Hegel,
Sorry, wait
consciousness
a
is
minute.
an object
Hang on.
for
One at a time.
another.
One at a time. Has finish your thought, then Lewis respond.
Consciousness, yes, implies language and presupposes the elementary subject-object distinction proper to language. There is no conscious being that does not possess language, according to Hegel, because the necessary mediation of arriving at what an object is for another, for some kind of subject, relies upon and implies language and the mediation of their natural world or whatever, the real world, by language. So yes, consciousness implies language. Like I
Thank
said,
you.
you don't seem to
Lewis,
fucking
hang on.
understand.
Has
that
you
conscious-
responded? Lewis, you get to respond
Yeah,
now.
so that's fundamentally false. I mean, if you look at where he says determinate objects come from, because he starts with the infinites in two respects. I mean, you can look at the three infinites which he poses as within spirit, and then you can look, which maps very well onto notions of the Trinity, by the way. So when you look at and it's allegorical, and I
So
don't think Hegel's doing
name what's
anything
relevant
that's
about the three infinites. Name what's relevant.
what's relevant.
Yeah,
Okay,
here,
we have
in
the
this
self,
argument.
the other, and matter. So the mediation between the self and the other is how we understand matter. And our understanding of the other is mediated through matter, and our understanding of self is mediated through both of them. It is a unity which, when separated, becomes incapable of producing knowledge. But
So
when
who was
combined,
separating
it will-
anything? Why? When did I separate this unit?
This is one, because the in consideration of otherness within consciousness would be the separation there, I would argue.
What are
But
you
also,
talking about? I'm the one. You're the one who's trying to say that consciousness is some kind of infinite subjectivity, and that's all it is.
no, I never said conscious. I said that consciousness at the very beginning of the dialectic, consciousness is the infinite we begin with, and then we produce determinate objects. For anyone who
How
doesn't
do you
understand
produce
what that-
determinate objects?
Okay, through negation.
And how?
So, like-
where does so consciousness does not imply the negation. The negation comes from something else.
Yeah, I know. That's what I'm saying. So no, there is no way we could have had language, because to have language is to imply negation, to go this and not that.
Yeah.
There's a very famous quote by Blanchot where he says, "For me to be able to say this woman, I must take her flesh and blood reality away from her, destroy her." The whole point of giving a name to something.
You are
is
trying
say
to
that
make
Okay,
it.
hang on. Has finish, then has respond. Go.
Yeah, so the whole point in naming something is to give it determinate existence, to say that it is not the infinite immediacy of consciousness, but a single entity in itself. And that is an act of language which is not presupposed in the immanency of consciousness.
First
Thank
of
you,
all,
has
Hegel says that language cannot actually name particulars. So you don't know what you're talking about in that regard. Secondly, like I said, you're trying to make it seem like Hegel is trying to say, ontologically speaking, consciousness as the immanent consciousness and infinite subjectivity that is not immanently already entangled with the two other infinites that give rise to the possibility of objectivity and therefore subject-objects distinction. You're trying to make it seem like Hegel is trying to say the infinite subjectivity is an existent, and it's not. It's just a useful way. It's just something Hegel sets up to make it. It's something useful for Hegel to expound upon the relationship between consciousness and the world. But insofar as consciousness is taken as an existent, as something which beings possess,
I think
Hang on,
you made a
Lewis. Let him
mistake.
finish.
Sorry.
Has finish your thought.
as something that beings possess, it necessarily implies a distinction between subject and object. How could a being possess consciousness without that implying a division between subject and consciousness? No determinate being whatsoever could possess consciousness. The infinite,
you.
the immanent
I'm gonna
consciousness.
let
you're
Lewis
talk-
respond now. Lewis.
The immanent consciousness you're talking about is not
Hang
a
on.
determinate being. It's not something that exists in reality.
Okay, Lewis, respond.
So the immanent consciousness is reality, and I think you misspoke there, and I'll give you the benefit of the doubt. I don't think you meant between consciousness and the world. You meant between consciousness and itself, because consciousness is the world, right? He's an absolute idealist. Like, there is no separation between consciousness. It's being in, like, we are Dasein, right? The world, we are the world. Like, that's
Okay, in its otherness, its otherness.
Yeah. Okay. Well, in its determinateness, this is the difference. So we have the world in its determinateness, we have the world in its otherness, and we have the world in itself, which is the three infinites, right?
Okay.
So in his reconciliation,
Okay.
that's
Listen.
spirit.
Listen. Otherness otherness means it's the relationship between consciousness and its I don't know if I would say apparent or its opposite, which is in fact, yes, for Hegel, ultimately a moment of itself. But that's what I'm talking about.
Yeah, and the consciousness of otherness exists in what?
The consciousness of otherness exists in what?
What does it exist in?
What are you asking? Like
How does it present? How does it present itself to consciousness? How does
in a
otherness?
determinate way.
But in what are we presented with as the other? What is being presented there?
What can you get to your point? What are you trying to ask?
We are being presented with a manifestation of will. The separation between self, other, and determinateness is that a rock doesn't have a will, but another individual has. The mediation between the self and the other is what allows us to construct determinate objects, because they're the only active participants within substance.
A conscious being implies a being cognizant or participating in a division between subject and object. Consciousness implies the division of subject and object.
No, it doesn't.
Yes,
no,
it does.
And it doesn't do that for Hegel, and it doesn't even do that for
why?
Heidegger.
Why doesn't it? Explain.
Because Hegel doesn't start at the point of he already starts prior to the subject.
What does that
division.
have to do with where he starts? Consciousness ultimately implies a division between subject
let him
and
finish
object.
his thought so he can say it.
Because if the chapter starts at consciousness, and then he outlines consciousness, and then outlines how objects are then formed from consciousness later on, he's not saying that we start with a subject-object distinction.
No, you fucked up the whole thing. In Hegel's beginning, yes, in the beginning chapter of consciousness, Hegel, he does imply the existence of objects. It's just that objects are given. They are given to consciousness. Have you even fucking read the book, dude? What are you saying? You're saying objects don't exist until the second chapter?
Let's take it down a bit.
No. I'm not saying that objects don't exist until the second chapter. I'm saying
objects
that the
are
first
given
movement
to
in
the
Hegel
conscious.
is
Objects are given to
hang on.
consciousness.
Let him respond.
I'm saying the first movement in Hegel is not the production of the object-subject division. It's the beginning of the immediate infinite.
Okay,
which
he doesn't explain how the division.
Let him finish his thought so we have a coherent conversation here. Keep going.
Which is why in the Phenomenology of Spirit he describes either being and nothingness as either a room of bright white light, infinitely bright, or infinitely dark. There's no difference because there's no determination. There must be a combination between being and nothingness, which is being reconciled within consciousness, which allows us to produce determinate objects. We are the production of objects, and we do not find ourselves.
You're babbling.
Okay, Lewis, let Haz respond now.
You're babbling. Lewis, it's very simple. He may not arrive at in the first chapter how precisely the division is engendered, but that is different from saying the division isn't implied. The division is fucking implied in the first chapter because objects for Hegel are it is the immediate object of consciousness is objects in the world that relate to consciousness in an immediate in an immediate way, according to these philosophical perspectives he's critiquing. Hegel says, obviously, that such an immediate consciousness is not even possible, and he critiques the possibility of a real immediate consciousness. Like I said, there's a reason why Chapter 1 leads to Chapter 2, because of the inadequacy of Chapter 1 in being able to actually arrive at the point of real absolute knowledge. But the division between subject and the division between object and subject in the first chapter is fucking implied. Okay, that's like if you don't know this, you haven't read the book.
Okay,
I don't. Like what I'll say is that the whole point of the first chapter is to show that the will's engagement with reality is an engagement with itself from which it seeks to satisfy itself. It is the attempt to self-satisfaction which produces the subject-object divide.
So what?
We produce the subject-object divide in an attempt to satisfy ourselves and find it inadequate, so then move to self-consciousness.
So what?
Okay.
That movement
Okay, guys.
So what?
Hey, guys, both of you. Hey, I will mute you. Let's bring this back to the question at hand. How does this bear on the veganism debate?
Okay.
I want to. He's a fake Hegelian. I want to press him on this because so what that this is what endangers the division between subject and object. For Hegel, consciousness implies such a division.
consciousness first does not imply such a division. The reason that it's relevant for the veganism debate is because he's trying to say that self-consciousness would be necessary, or like the subject-object distinction would be necessary for the consideration of consciousness simpliciter. I would have to imply
You don't understand what you're talking about. Self-consciousness is how Hegel elaborates how the distinction is endangered. That doesn't mean the
hang on,
distinction
has
isn't
let him
obvious at the
finish his
beginning.
statement, and then you can go.
So the whole point in Hegel is the mediation of the will in the attempt to produce a world from which it can satisfy itself. If the subject-object distinction was already presupposed, this would already imply that they had the world in a way which is mediated. But they seek mediation. It's the constant drive for mediation that moves consciousness to self-consciousness.
Okay, thank you,
in
Lewis.
the first place.
No,
You can
but
respond.
here's the thing, Lewis. It's not such a drive that leads it to this. For Hegel, the conclusion is already implied at the premise. It's just developed at the end. When you get to the end of his fucking book, all of that is already there in the beginning. That's what you don't fucking understand. That's why you're not a Hegelian and you don't understand dialectics. For
Definitely
Hegel,
not there at the beginning.
yes, it is there at the beginning. It develops at the end. You learn the truth of what's at the beginning at the end. That
I
is
agree
so
with that.
elementary
Like
to Hegelian
the
dialectics.
grounding-
How the
the
fuck do you
grounding
call
of
yourself a
truth.
Hegelian if
Okay,
you don't
has
understand that? Hegel
Lewis,
doesn't
reply.
begin
Has-
with a fucking dogmatic premise and then builds from the premise. The
Has
ending
Lewis gets to
is
reply
what
now.
reveals the truth of
Like,
the beginning.
I completely agree that it is the reconciliation of consciousness with itself, which I've been arguing this entire time. That doesn't imply the subject-object division in Hegel, and even in his successors. I mean, let's take someone who was very much inspired by Hegel, like Heidegger. When we take, being in the world and the production of language and determinate objects is one of the existential structures of Dasein from which we must analyze. So when we find ourselves in this thrownness and find ourselves with subject-object distinctions, when we
in every single
existence,
subsection of the first chapter, a subject-object distinction is operative. In every single one. Objects are given to the immediate consciousness. That is what Hegel is saying. Hegel is talking about why consciousness is imminently inadequate. He is not saying consciousness is some kind of discrete stage. He's saying that consciousness is almost a kind of perspective philosophers have had, which is ultimately inadequate to satisfy the need for absolute knowledge, which is the whole fucking reason why he wrote the book in the first place, to actually satisfy what it would mean to have absolute knowledge. And Hegel is saying consciousness as...
Hang on, let him finish his thought, then you can respond, Lewis. Keep going, Has.
Consciousness as something... If Hegel begins with consciousness, he's not saying that this is like the structure of creation, like this is where God first created the world and then it developed like that, okay? That is not the structure of his book. You're not a real Hegelian. You literally have such a ridiculous
Okay, hang on.
view.
Okay. Thank you, Has. And Lewis, can you reply?
Like fighting straw men is really not doing you any good, mate. Like I have outlined my position time and time again. If you can't understand it, then I suggest either a reader's guide to the phenomenology of spirit.
Perspective. Let me break down. Okay, I'll break down your position.
Hang on. Has. Let him finish his response, and then I'll let you go.
But the argument that I'm making isn't controversial, and it's not something that even struggles to reconcile itself within spirit. The will is willing itself towards spirit. Now, you say that like the truth of spirit already exists in consciousness. I mean, yeah, in the sense that it's unmediated and like without determination, but that precisely is why it's inadequate, which is why we move through. Like, so I don't see why that's necessarily relevant, except for in relevance to my position, which is the consideration
because it implies the
ontology.
distinctions there from the beginning.
Hang on. Has.
Which
Try to be concise, Lewis, okay?
Yeah. So, which is the consideration of the ontology of consciousness, which exists within animals as well as humans.
Okay, first of all, before we even get to that stupid fucking thing you just said, which directly contradicts Hegel's views that it exists in animals, Lewis, I know your position is crystal clear, and you haven't. The issue here, Lewis, is you're not responding to anything I'm saying in response to your position. Like an NPC, you just keep saying the same shit you said before without addressing the points I'm trying to raise. Hegel begins with consciousness. He doesn't actually establish within the first chapter how the subject-object distinction comes to be. Maybe, but that distinction is implied by consciousness itself. Okay? You don't understand the difference between these two different things. There is a difference between Hegel elaborating how the subject-object distinction comes into being and whether or not it is already implied and already there from the beginning. Hegel's a dialectician. He begins from a perspective of a radical difference, a radical discontinuity, a radical contradiction. I know some Hegelians take issue with that, but whatever, you get the fucking point. And that is always implied from the beginning. Hegel, you have a fundamentally undialectical understanding of the phenomenology of mind. If Hegel begins the writing of the phenomenology of mind somewhere, that doesn't mean he's actually beginning ontologically. The actual ontological beginning is revealed at the end. The nature of the essence of what was at the beginning is only revealed at the end. Okay? The essence of consciousness, for example, what consciousness actually is, as consciousness ontologically, that's something that's revealed at the end of his book, not at the beginning. Okay, the thing that drives the process along that you're talking about is precisely something that was always already there. That's why for Hegel, absolute consciousness follows necessarily. Absolute knowledge follows necessarily. These
Okay.
are all moments in its being, in
Okay,
its
Lewis, you want to
reality.
reply?
Yeah, so I'm just going to say that the subject-object distinction is certainly not implied. I mean, that's the whole point of the Hegelian schemata. I mean, let's be honest, like the whole point of consciousness developing determinate objects is an attempt to satisfy
You're an
itself
NPC.
within
You're
the,
an NPC.
Hang on.
within the
Hey,
world,
hey, has. Let him speak.
within the
Go.
world. So the reason that we move to self-consciousness is because the desire to satisfy ourselves within the world has been frustrated by the existence of the other. We see something which is monstrous to us, a will which resists
Did you read
us
it?
and prevents our satisfaction. So the negative force which moves the dialectic is the frustration of the will itself, which, yes, is
Did
present
you
at
read the
beginning.
Hang on.
first chapter?
Has. You had time. Lewis, finish your thought, please.
Yeah. So the negative force of the dialectic, which is moving us from negation to negation, is the frustration of the will attempting to satisfy itself in the world. And that's why he moves between hedonistic self-satisfaction and abstract notions of right.
Lewis, let me break it down for you very clearly, very concisely. Okay, at this point, if you don't respond, I'm going to assume you're an NPC. Let's break it down like
I don't
this.
understand.
So we're going to go yes or no. In the beginning, the first chapter, does Hegel speak of objects for the immediate consciousness in the world?
Not
Does
for
he
the immediate
speak about
consciousness.
objects?
He speaks about objects, not for the immediate consciousness.
He does not speak about the givenness of objects for the immediate consciousness.
No, he talks about the determination of objects, which are
In the first
attempt-
chapter?
Yeah,
Okay.
we determine it.
So he talks about objects. Objects are in the first chapter.
He does talk about objects.
Okay,
Yes.
in the first chapter.
Yes,
And
he
it's the
talks about
givenness.
objects.
It's the givenness of objects for the immediate consciousness. Hegel rebukes the view of the given. Obviously, he shares that with Kant, but that is what he talks about in the first chapter. He doesn't actually believe they are just given, but he's not describing how they actually come to be and how they're endangered. But Hegel speaks about the fact that he's talking about the stages of philosophy. In consciousness, it appears to us, at the very least, it appears to us that there are objects given already to consciousness. Now, the
not
issue,
Hang
but
on,
that's
Lewis,
what
let
it
him finish his
appears
thought, then
as.
you can
That's
go.
what it appears as. It's not the case. Hegel is trying to explain why philosophers before him were beginning from that perspective, empiricism and so on and so on. Now, what the issue for Hegel is not that the issue is the will satisfying itself, okay? What it actually is, rather than these various objects in the world, which Hegel will obviously elaborate, instantiate the will's self for itself. Hegel is still saying that at the beginning, there are objects. Now, how are there objects is a different question. He elaborates that later. But in the beginning, consciousness does imply a division between subject and object.
Okay,
How
thank you,
that
Has.
division is
Okay, Has.
endangered
We're
is
going to let Lewis
later.
respond now, okay? Lewis, go.
Okay, that's actually like, look, I can understand why you would make that mistake, but no, that the rejection of sense certainty comes precisely from the lack of sense certainty we can have. We do not have determinate
I
objects.
know, Lewis. Did you listen to what
Hang
I
on,
said?
let
He's
him finish his
wasting
thought.
time. Did you listen to what I fucking said just
Has.
now?
I did listen to what you said, which is why I'm responding. Look,
Yeah,
like,
obviously they don't satisfy
Has, you're
absolute
muted
knowledge.
right now.
okay, great. So essentially, like the way that self-consciousness works, before we move to self-consciousness, the way the consciousness works is self-satisfaction. So the production of determinate objects, it comes as a given in order to satisfy a one-sided will. It's dogmatic and inadequate, but it's still produced from an action of consciousness because everything is in motion. Remember that. It's not like a stagnant thing where we get presented an object. We produce objects to satisfy ourselves. That's the whole point. And it's about the production of the right objects to satisfy ourselves. How we objectify the world is the question in Hegel.
Am I unmuted now?
You are unmuted now, yes.
Okay. Lewis, you just admitted just now that in the beginning chapter, objects where you're saying they are produced for consciousness in the consciousness's quest for self-satisfaction. So consciousness does imply a division between subject and object.
No, the consciousness implies a desire for the division between subject and object.
But no, that division between subject and object is established by consciousness.
Consciousness establishes it. It's something that consciousness seeks to establish. Not
No,
something
it
that's
does
already
establish it.
established.
It does
It's not
establish
something-
it.
That's the whole point, because the reconciliation of the world with itself.
Like,
is
okay, Lewis, can you
destruction.
respond? I want to get
Okay,
to the
hang
meat
on,
and potatoes.
hang on. Has. Let him finish a sentence. Lewis, finish your thought, then Has.
The reconciliation of the world with itself is the destruction of the subject-object distinction. We no longer need it. The will is purely in tune with the world around it. It
Okay, thank you.
understands itself as the world.
Okay, Lewis, thank you. Has, go.
Okay, perspective philosophy. You're trying to obfuscate the question. I'm going to get to the meat and potatoes and just see if you can respond to this. Okay? Just see if you can respond to this. For Hegel obviously says that the perspective of consciousness is not enough to actually exhaust how the subject-object distinction is arrived at. We cannot solely through consciousness arrive at the distinction between subject and object. But despite the inadequacy of consciousness alone in being able to arrive at this, that distinction is still there and operative. And that is precisely why consciousness is inadequate. The distinction is there even if consciousness is inadequate to understand it. You have not made it clear. You have not proven, you have not demonstrated you actually are aware of this distinction that I'm trying to fucking point you to. Can you please address this point I'm raising? There's a distinction between the how and the is.
Okay.
Okay. Has, no
The
interrupting
is-
when he responds this time. Go.
Okay. The is, right, which would be being itself. And that's something that happened way before Hegel, by the way. This goes right back to Parmenides, right? Although Hegel would see this as an infinite negative and not an infinite positive, is an infinite nonetheless. It does not have form. The positing of essence is an action within consciousness. That's the point.
Lewis, am I unmuted?
You are unmuted. I'm not
Okay.
muting you except when you
Lewis,
talk over
for the
me.
last time. For the last time, Lewis. Consciousness inadequately attempts to seek knowledge of a division already set before it. A fundamental distinction between subject and object, which is implied by consciousness for Hegel, because for Hegel, consciousness seeks to arrive and explain the objects given before it, or that it believes to be given before it, which are not in fact given, but in fact engendered by consciousness itself. Yes. Hegel makes that very clear. You outlining some one-sided ontology, which in no way could possibly be Hegelian, because for Hegel, the implications of absolute knowledge are implications for being. In other words, for the nature of being itself from the start. Hegel doesn't say we begin from some kind of one-sided being and then voluntarily by means of philosophy add more to it. Philosophy itself participates in being for Hegel. So that distinction you're drawing is completely false. For Hegel, consciousness implies a division of subject and object, even if consciousness, like we're going in circles. Can you please demonstrate you even understand what I'm trying to say? Even if consciousness is inadequate, the so-called stage of consciousness is inadequate to comprehend how the division that is the very object of consciousness is possible to know. that division is still there and implied by consciousness itself, because consciousness implies a radical contradiction or discontinuity at the heart of being itself. Otherwise, there would be no consciousness, only a one-sided being.
Okay, it's on record now that your charge is that he's a fake Hegelian. I'm going to let Lewis respond to that, and then we're going to drop that charge going forward. Okay, we're just going to talk about the subject matter at hand. Lewis, please respond.
Okay, so like calling us a fake Hegelian, I think is just ridiculous. I mean, like one, not because I've actually outlined Hegel. I would argue in a way that was more complete than you, and you won't actually answer my questions on Hegel, and I will answer any questions on Hegel. And when I do,
Except
answer,
the ones I did.
Hang on, let him respond.
And when I do answer, you just find the answer not to your liking, and so you get mad. But look, like even at the start of consciousness, like the beginning of the dialectical process is a pure here and now. It is a universal unity of experience. It is thisness, absolute presence. That's all it is. To go this and that is the next movement, right? Which isn't the next chapter. He does quite a few movements in a chapter. Which is why self-consciousness is a huge bit of the book. Like the next movement is a this and a that. It's going, this is a bottle, that is a microphone. That is the
Objects.
next movement. Yeah, that's the next movement, which is the proposal of objects against the subject. But prior to that, that distinction does not exist. And even before, and he even says,
yes, it does.
Because of its concrete contents, sense certainty eminently appears as the richest kind of knowledge, indeed a knowledge of infinite wealth for which no bounds can be found, either when we reach out into space and time, which is dispersed, or whether we take this bit of wealth and the division enter into it. Right?
Okay, now I'm just going to cut you off there. I'm just going to cut you off there, Lewis, because we're running a bit long on that response. I want to bring this back to, again, for the sake of clarity for the audience and for ourselves, what are the actual stakes here? We're debating a particular reading of Hegel ad nauseum. What are the stakes? Why does this reading
It's about whether animals could possibly be conscious according to Hegel.
Which I would argue I've already established.
No, you haven't. You've quoted. All you do is quote shit without proving how it supports your fucking conclusions.
I've actually
I'm not disputing. No, you didn't. Your quotation about how Hegel says animals are conscious, he didn't say they're conscious, though. He didn't.
Okay, Lewis, respond.
But one, he does say that animals are conscious. He just
show me the fucking quote.
Hang on,
show me where he says that.
Let Lewis respond.
Okay, wait a minute. Just wait right there. You want us to get some quotes for Hegel on animals? So
that's no. I want a quote that proves Hegel thinks animals are conscious, despite what he said in the philosophy of nature, that there's a distinction between spirit and nature.
Okay,
Animals are in possession of themselves. Their soul is in possession of their body, but they have no right to life because they do not will it. Hegel does not agree that animals have a right to life.
Okay, how are they conscious by that quote?
Animals are in possession of themselves. Their soul is in a possession of their body. He doesn't go, rocks are in a possession of themselves.
Okay, but how does it prove they're conscious? All vegetables are in a sense also.
Okay, well, hang on. The question, so for clarification, the question originally concerned whether or not Hegel regarded animals as conscious. So how does this prove they're conscious? These are two separate questions. So you can pick one to ask Lewis.
No, I'm asking him. How does that prove Hegel thinks they're conscious? Is my question.
Okay, so that's the one. Go, Lewis.
Okay, because Hegel proposes a soul or a foundational spirit that exists in the animal, which has not itself as its object, but only its externality. It is only direct relationship with the world where it seeks satisfaction. It's at the place we start.
Quote the relevant quote one more time. I'm going to show you why you're wrong.
Okay. So animals are in possession of themselves. Their soul is in possession of their body.
Their soul is in possession of their body. Does Hegel say that animals are in possession of their soul?
They have no right to life because they do not will it. So they are not in possession of themselves.
They are not. Okay, animals are not in possession of their soul. Their soul is in possession of their body, right?
Yes.
What do you think now, since you know so much about Hegel, what would Hegel say about vegetables in regards to the nature of their soul?
Well, actually, I can quote that.
Go ahead.
But only because he's horribly sexist. at one point, where he says men correspond to animals while women correspond to plants because their development is more placid and their principle and underlies a vague unity of feeling. So, like the way that he takes, and this is really a byproduct, I would say.
I'm not asking you
of-
for quotes. I'm asking you, what does Hegel? How would Hegel? How would he? Because I know he doesn't. How would Hegel? What he just described of animals, a soul in possession of their body. Would this? What would be the case for plants and vegetables?
there would well, I think I would probably say that he would probably make a distinction between something like life in general and describe it as vegetative, and that would be a byproduct of a metaphysical distinction which originated
The organism
around
is
the time of
geology,
Okay, hang on,
plants,
hang on.
and
Has
animals.
let him finish that sentence and then go.
So yeah, so like this, like if you look at Hegel's philosophy, like the way that spirit is kind of separated in terms of soul, is very much built off Christian metaphysical analysis.
Okay,
So-
Lewis, I meant finish the sentence you're already
Oh,
on. Let's start
oh
from there.
right, okay, fair enough. That's fine. That's fine.
All right, Has, go on.
Okay, Lewis, you didn't answer my question. You're saying that Hegel thinks animals are consciousness because the soul is in possession of their body, right?
Sorry, I think animals are consciousness because their soul is in possession of their body. Yes.
Okay. What about
'Cause they have
plants?
soul.
What about vegetables?
I would say that they don't have a soul.
Why?
Or if they do have a soul, that it's
Why,
purely
according to
vegetative.
Hegel, would they not possess a soul?
Well, they don't necessarily not possess a soul. There are distinctions in the self because we all possess a notion of self, at least a notion of consciousness.
Okay,
To be
are you
real.
aware that when Hegel's talking about soul, he's still within the realm, as far as animals are concerned, he's still within the realm of in itself, not for itself. In other words,
Yeah, of course.
he's giving
Yeah.
a description of a thing. So when he's talking about the soul of the animal, it's not the same as the soul in the human sense.
Yeah, there's a distinction from being in itself and being for itself, which I think is absolutely the movement from consciousness to self consciousness.
But it's not. Okay, now
But
let me ask you another
no,
question.
Hang on. Has.
we
Let him finish and then reply.
Like, I mean, you would have to presuppose that being for itself exists in consciousness in the first chapter, when he
No.
specifically says in the second chapter that being for itself.
But the reason for that is because consciousness is inadequate. So, Lewis, here's what you don't seem to understand. For Hegel, consciousness does not exist as such. It is just something he refers to prove its inadequacy. But there's no use in talking about the consciousness of animals because
Consciousness is-
no,
did you
no,
actually say
hey, Lewis,
Lewis, let him finish.
no
sorry.
being can just be conscious. Consciousness is a moment of spirit. Okay? No being is consciousness. If consciousness is taken divorced from being a moment in spirit, it is you are precisely reifying something that Hegel is just establishing to prove its inadequacy. Specifically within the history of philosophy, empiricism, sense, and so on and so on. Hegel is trying to say, so consciousness cannot exist outside of being a moment of spirit for Hegel.
Okay,
Whatever
thank you.
consciousness
Lewis.
is, it's a moment of spirit. It's an inadequate, unfinished explication of absolute knowledge.
Okay, good. Lewis, respond.
Well, absolute knowledge contains everything, so everything is a part of spirit. That's the whole point. But the ontological
Yes.
commitment within the
You keep saying ontological
Hang on,
commitment.
Has, you got time,
Yeah.
Lewis?
So this would be like the commitment to reality, which we obtain the abstract laws of right from. Like that's where
Before we
gain
get
it
into
from.
that,
Wait a
what
minute.
you-
No,
you
Has.
trust me, Sunday. I'm saving us time. I'm saving us
No,
time.
I
trying to
I
get
don't
to the
care.
meat and potatoes.
I do not care. Has, I do not care. Lewis, finish your thought concisely, please, and then Has, you can respond.
Yeah, absolutely. So it is 100% like consciousness absolutely is a thing for Hegel. To say that is absolutely ridiculous. We said in the introduction of the phenomenology of spirit, phenomenology of spirit is the science of consciousness, its exposition that consciousness has the concept of science.
Sure. So two things, right? Two things, because you let him keep talking, it piles up the bullshit. Two things, Lewis. The first thing, Hegel begins with the science of consciousness, but the science of consciousness is not the same thing as consciousness taken one-sidedly within the first chapter of the phenomenology of spirit of consciousness. Consciousness only, so for example, the science of consciousness leads to the conclusion of absolute knowledge, yes, but consciousness consciousness cannot be taken in a vacuum one-sidedly within the what the essence of consciousness is, especially ontologically, cannot be taken within a vacuum within the first chapter of the phenomenology of spirit, because it necessarily follows from consciousness that there is self-consciousness, and from self-consciousness that there is spirit, and so on and so on. So this is what you don't seem to understand. Now, you keep talking about Hegel's ontological commitment to consciousness, and I keep trying to pin you down, and you keep avoiding my question. What is, for Hegel, the being of consciousness? Is the being of consciousness fully exhausted in the first chapter of the phenomenology, or is the being of consciousness inadequately and inadequately described in the first chapter? Is the being of consciousness all there in the first chapter without any further elaboration?
Is its being, like, purely is what it is purely there, like its existence? Is that what you mean?
So for Hegel, Hegel's ontological commitment to consciousness, what you mean by that is that Hegel is committed to the ontological the ontological exceptionality of the consciousness that he describes in the first chapter of the phenomenology. Is that what you're trying to say?
What I'm trying to say is that, like, I can actually, I'll outline this in a really easy way. Everything that is necessarily there to be understood in Hegel is within the immediacy of consciousness, but it is inadequate for us to will ourselves. So we reconcile ourselves. The movement of consciousness seeks to reconcile itself with itself.
Why?
It's an
How can it
epistemological
already
movement.
be there if it's inadequate?
Because if it wasn't already there, then there would be nothing to reason, and there'd be nothing to actually.
Okay.
It's the
Okay,
positive.
hang on. Has let him finish his thought.
It's the positing of existence which we are reasoning out. It is reality itself, which is what Hegel is saying is already there. That reality is real. That existence exists. What is. It's tautological, which is why it's infinite.
Now I got you. Now I
Okay.
got you. Sure, I got you now. So this reality, according to that, is already there for Hegel. This Hegel fully exhausts already in the beginning. He sets it up fully in the beginning. Everything else is just kind of ancillary, right?
Well, I mean, like, in the sense that, like, he doesn't fully exhaust the foundations of reality. He just says that we move beyond the immediacy of self-certainty and move towards
Okay, now let me ask you another question. The same question in a different way. Do we move beyond this immediate reality, or was there something latent within this reality that leads to it moving beyond with regard to itself?
Quite the opposite. Actually, if you look at Hegel, we move back to immediacy.
But I'm just quoting you,
Wait,
Lewis.
hang on.
So what do you want to fucking say here? I'm just quoting you to help you, guide you why you're a fucking idiot.
Let him answer.
So if you look at Hegel, we don't actually move away from the immediacy of reality. We mediate to
That's
move
what
back.
you said. You said we moved away from it. Why are you wasting my time?
Has you're muted. Lewis,
Right.
finish your response.
We move back to the immediacy. So we do mediate in the second term, but only to make and reconcile ourselves with ourselves, so it's immediately available. To give you a quote from this, if it would maybe help.
Fuck the fuck out of here. Fucking quote. Fuck you, bitch.
Oh, get ragged.
All right, is he still here?
Another
Has?
fucking quote.
Okay,
Another
Lewis, finish your
fucking
thought, please,
quote.
concisely, and then we're going to let Has respond.
Fucking wait.
Essence is reflection for Hegel. So the positing of an the positing of an essence is actually the movement in self-consciousness, but the grounding of essence is the foundation in the concrete existence which exists in consciousness. And he says that in I think that was the Science of Logic.
Okay, are you done? Okay, Has, you can respond now.
All you're
All
doing
right, I don't
is
know what that
quoting.
means, but I'm not allowing it. Has only languages that the host can understand, please.
You're literally just quoting shit. You're not getting to the fucking point. You're quoting gibberish, saying gibberish to dance around the way I fucking pinned you. You said, Lewis, not me, that everything is there in the beginning, but it's not enough, so we have to move beyond. Is this not enoughness itself a feature of what is originally there or not?
Well, yeah, but I mean, the deficit is one of knowledge, not of reality.
That's where you're a fake fucking Hegelian and a Kantian. Yes, it is a deficit of being itself. It is definitely a deficit of being itself, not just knowledge, Lewis. There is no one-sided distinction between being and knowledge that is not actively suspended in Hegel's philosophy. Hegel does not simply set up being versus knowledge and then it ends there. Being and knowledge are, for Hegel, thinking and being for Hegel are the same, Lewis. They're the same thing ultimately. So you're a fake fucking Hegelian,
look, hang on,
neo-Kantian,
It would
fucking
wait.
fraud.
Okay,
it wouldn't
stop.
be thinking,
Enough.
just to clarify, it would be willing, actually.
No,
All right.
Hegel says thinking and being are the same. He says that.
Yeah, but it's
Okay, guys.
it's a will. It's an
I'm
active
talking to
will.
both of you.
Okay,
Lewis,
you want to
Lewis,
interpret it as a will only.
Lewis and Haz, you're both muted because you're not listening to me. So I will suffer a lot, but not that one of my participants be accused of being a Kantian. So we're going to move into audience questions. Again, if anybody has a question, you may put it in my chat, otherwise I won't see it. I need you to put an asterisk on either end so I can quickly cycle through and find them. Thank you very much. Let's find some questions here. I've got a question for both of you, actually. We've been talking a lot about whether or not animals are conscious. I want to know what the stakes are, if indeed they are. Why does it matter whether or not animals are conscious?
Because it, first of all, A, proves he doesn't know anything about Hegel. That B, even though I already wrecked him as far as the supposed necessary conclusions that would follow from this, and even if I were to concede that animals are conscious, which I don't, the conclusion obviously doesn't follow. We established that last time. He didn't even respond to any of my arguments. But first of all, you're not even able to arrive at the conclusions you did in the first place because your fucking premise is wrong. Animals are not conscious.
Lewis, do you want to reply to that?
Yeah, so I will say that I think it's quite funny that he says that it doesn't matter if animals are conscious, even though the whole point of what he's arguing here is to go, I was way too charitable. I shouldn't have said animals are conscious because this means that we are considering animals within.
Here's the thing,
spirit.
Lewis.
So
I am
it's
fully,
like
Lewis.
Hang on, Haz. The way
Just
StreamYard works is that if both of you speak at the same time, you both turn into a garbled mess and nobody can hear. So Lewis, finish your thought, then Haz, you can address it.
Yeah, I just think that he's backpedaling. I think that he's attempting to undo the debate that he had because it was that bad.
Oh, really, Lewis?
And then he's
Is
done
that
even
why
worse.
Lewis? You always conflate shit. Lewis, here's what I just said. And Sunday, don't let me say my piece, Sunday. Okay? Here's
Yeah,
what
it's your
you
turn.
said. Here's what you said, Lewis. You said that, oh, you're just trying to, it's funny that you're saying it doesn't matter because that's the whole point of this debate. The whole point of this debate, Lewis, don't get it twisted, Lewis. I am 100% fully confident in the fact that I fucking wrecked you last time. I just didn't wreck you as thoroughly as I wanted to, and that's why I'm doing this, Lewis. Even if I conceded to you that animals are conscious, as I proved last time, you'd still get fucking wrecked. But for the sake of being philosophically consistent and consistent with my own beliefs and my own views, I want to clarify that I was wrong to even concede that in the first place, even though it doesn't make a difference as far as who wins this little encounter between you and I. That's why, Lewis, I wanted to have this fucking debate and clear this shit up. Because this debate not only proves yet again another victory for me, but that you literally don't know shit about Hegel. And that is something I don't think I proved well enough last time. I proved it well enough this time.
Okay. Question for Haz from Seeking A. Independent of Hegel, if animals are conscious, would this change your view of veganism?
There's no independent of Hegel. Animals, the notion of I understand my concept of consciousness comes from German idealism, comes from this kind of philosophy. So no, it's an absurdity to call fucking animals conscious. I will never accept animals as so-called conscious. It's completely meaningless, completely stupid to call them that.
Okay. And this is for both of you. From Angelo Marnie. I'm going to let Lewis go first on this one. How does consciousness imply an object-subject distinction? Is it baked into the meaning of consciousness itself?
Yeah, so it doesn't. That's the whole point when you start in Hegel. It is the infinite experience. Consciousness doesn't imply an object-subject distinction. That comes later. Like the subject. Like, well, not the subject. The consciousness produces the object-subject distinction as a means of self-satisfaction. Which is why if you're going after Hegel and you get to Heidegger and you start learning about existential analysis and so on, you start seeing that language is actually a form of equipment in which we use to engage with reality. So this production of self-consciousness and objects and determinate objects actually is a means to self-satisfaction and not given in our experience, which is exactly why he's critiquing self-certainty.
All right, Haz, do you want to reply to this?
Yes, consciousness does in fact necessarily imply a subject-object distinction. Otherwise, consciousness could have no determinate content whatsoever. There's absolutely no meaning to calling something conscious if you don't have a subject-object distinction. It's a pretty, and I already proved that through the course of this debate. Like an NPC, he's repeating his original argument. That's fine.
Okay, thank you. And this is from G.A. Korobov. Thank you for the $5. Perspective philosophy, you say quote unquote will a lot. It seems like you're focused on actualism more than anything else. Are we seeing the triumph of your will? I'm not entirely certain how that.
He's implying he follows Gioventali's actual idealism.
No, what I'm arguing the whole point of bringing up will in Hegel is to show that it's not a stagnant process. That being is not there in itself. It's actually his reply to Zeno's paradox, which explains that everything must be in motion. Like if you were to shoot an arrow and you were to stop time at any moment, Zeno's paradox is supposed to say that the arrow would have to both be there and not there simultaneously.
Hegel overcomes the distinction. You don't know what you're
Hang
talking
on, the
about.
questions. The questions for Lewis. Let him finish.
That is exactly what I'm saying. It's a moment of becoming. It's not a moment of being there or not being there. It is both simultaneously.
Okay, just to clarify, the idea of pure will is just as absurd for Hegel as pure being.
Okay. This is for both of you, from Einzelganger. I have a question. Why should I care if animals feel pain or not? I can justify that we have a social contract between us. I take them to mean us humans, but what is the social contract between me and an animal? What morally prevents me from harming an animal? Haz, would you like to take that one first?
Yeah, sure. First of all, I completely doubt animals have so-called pain as we know it. I think pain is something we take for granted. There's a lot of things about pain we take for granted. It's not just a sensation, okay? Like I said, the fundamental distinction, you don't even have to talk about this stuff about a social contract or whatever. As someone else pointed out that I saw on Twitter, which was actually such a great way of summing up what I was trying to say before, the question of harming animals or not harming animals has nothing to do with morality, has nothing to do with ethics. It's a question of normativity. Okay? You can't legislate. You can't. It's no more relevant to ethics and morality than aesthetic taste is. So yeah.
Okay, Lewis.
Yeah, so like the idea of a social contract, like being able to form a social contract, is in and of itself a bad way to establish ethics. Hegel actually points this out. He basically shows that everything that you're doing in the social contract already must pre-exist the contract for you to be able to accept that an individual could complete the contract, that they're capable of actually signing and understanding and engaging in a contract and having it as the end of their will. So the whole point is it presupposes an ethical relationship in which you already can have a trust established in order to sign the contract, or even have the capacities necessary, or even the fundamental tenets set that you would require for to experience to even want to sign a contract. All of that is already presupposed in social contract theory. So saying that signing a social contract it's a bad way to do it. So looking at an animal's inability to sign a contract is secondary. Why is a human able to sign a contract, and why do I establish contracts with humans? So if I want to sign a contract with a human, it's so that we can facilitate a joint end in order to satisfy a joint will. Now, if I already established that this joint will exists prior to the contract, the foundations of that will exist in ontology, but they're also epistemologically available to us by analysis, and that exists in an animal. I can see their pain and pleasure as valuable prior to their ability to sign a contract, because that is exactly the same pain and pleasure that I would see as valuable prior to the human's capacity to sign a contract, which I must consider.
For Haz, from Android 323, what does it matter what an old man said if science nowadays proves animals being conscious?
Because science proves no such fucking thing. Simple as that. See how I get straight to the point and I don't babble along like perspective philosophy to say in so many words what you can sum up in like 2 seconds?
Okay. For perspective philosophy from King of Based, do you deny the labor aristocracy?
I don't really know. I can't, to be entirely honest with you, I don't think I could give like a definite answer, because I can't really remember I don't even know what the labor aristocracy is off the top of my head, to be entirely honest with you. I'm just going to I'm willing to admit me ignorance here in terms of the terminology.
Fair enough. From Angelo Morney, and I take this to be for both of you, is absolute knowing the final and necessary development of consciousness? Will animals ever achieve, quote unquote, absolute knowing?
According to Lewis, yes, they will. They're on their way. So the cow uprising is imminent.
That's not actually what I think. Cows don't establish absolute knowing. Humans
Yeah,
do.
it's
Or
yeah, but
sapient
for
beings
Hegel,
do.
consciousness
Um,
implies the inevitability of absolute knowing. It's because it's inadequate.
No, it doesn't.
Oh, really?
But the thing is, it requires an intellective capacity, which is what
So
animals are
Hang on,
consciousness.
let him
But-
finish his response.
but the reconciliation of spirit and consciousness is the movement from being an immediate consciousness to a reconciled self-consciousness. That's not to say that animals are going to be they can be present in spirit in the sense that it is consciousness's reconciliation with itself, but it is mediated not by their actions but by our actions and our consideration of their actions. So like they engage with us and communicate with us, and we can recognize what is valuable within them, and that is recognized in
This
spirit
literally
itself.
proves veganism is fascist. Like you're describing a voluntaristic, actual idealist reading of Hegel, according to which everything is just some kind of like subjective, actual intervention in reality, rather than the fact that absolute knowledge literally follows imminently from consciousness. It's literally
so ironic.
consciousness
It's so
is
ironic that
consciousness.
Hang on, Lewis. Let him finish his
Consciousness
response.
is immanently inadequate with regard to itself. It can't exist by itself.
it's so ironic that you would accuse veganism as being fascist when you are
Hitler
actually
was a
moving
vegan.
through a motion which is ideologically an abstract, where you're presupposing some idealized version of man and
No, I'm not.
and seeing it as a sublime objective ideology from which we
You
look
think the
through,
Nazis
and
were
then-
humanist?
and
Hang
then-
on,
and
Has,
then-
Are the
let him
Nazis
finish.
humanist?
and then say and then satisfy our desires.
The
You're
Nazis,
one
the Nazis
engaging- you're the
venerated
one
vegetarianism.
let
The
him
Nazis
finish
loved
his response.
veganism.
You're the one engaging in what is an abstract moment of right that is being justified by what? The hegemony of man.
When did I
It's
say that?
ironic.
You don't even know my fucking views. You're
Ironic.
putting words in my mouth, talking out of your fucking ass, just like your pretended knowledge of Hegel. It's clear
You've
that
been
the
fighting
Nazis were
straw
pro-vegetarian.
men
The
the
Nazis
entire-
were pro-vegetarian. That's a fact of history.
Nazis were not.
Yes, they fucking were. Yes, they fucking were.
Pro-vegetarian. They used methods to kill the Jews that were taken from slaughterhouses.
Yeah. You know why did Nazis demonize kosher
Hang on,
slaughter?
let him
why did the
respond, and then you
Nazis
can go.
demonize kosher slaughter?
Because
'Cause
they
it was-
hated the Jews.
Well, what was the explanation they gave? That it was cruel toward animals. That's why they said the Jews were being cruel toward animals, and Nazis thought animals had more rights than Jewish people,
Jews.
just like
It's
vegans.
propaganda. It's not like we love animals. It's like we hate the Jews. The Jews are
Dude,
worse than us. Everything's
Hitler
bad
was
about
a
the Jews.
vegetarian himself.
Hitler wasn't a vegetarian. That's a myth, and it was a way to propagandize himself in respect to being comparable to Gandhi, who was popular at the time. But whatever. Fuck history, right?
All right, next question from ThoughtBat. For Has, are you permissive of animal abuse? If not, why not?
No, I'm not, because I don't believe that our relationship to the world comes from thin air. It's established by precedent, custom, mores, and common sense. Why would you want to be abusive toward an animal if not the fact that you're projecting upon that animal human qualities and characteristics, and you want to use the animal as a way to vent your own misanthropy? So no, I don't believe in intentionally abusing animals. But if animals are not being treated up to the standards of what vegans think as an incidental fact of our already existing fundamental relationship to them, then I don't give a shit. I obviously think sadism is fucked up in general, but no, I don't give a fucking shit about animals.
Okay. Lewis, this is from Forehead, who has asked this question now 4 times. Are cars vegan?
Yeah, cars can be vegan anyway. Not all cars. The reality is that we can engage in modes of consumption, which unfortunately will lead to states of tragedy, which we should reconcile. But only ones that are really considering everyone, but then attempting to minimize harm. So, for example, look at it like this. I have an obligation to other humans, but if I drive a car, I have a risk of running them over. It's not that I'm going to kill I want to kill someone, but that there is an aspect of our being which necessitates our driving the car. I have to drive a car to get to work. I need to satisfy my own needs and drives. So having a car is not inherently unethical.
Okay, this is from G.A. Korobov for $5. Perspective philosophy. You sound more like a neo-Hegelian. How is this concept of Hegel anything but a precursor to the worst ideas in human history?
Well, I am a Hegelian. I don't think it's a precursor to ideas, like the worst ideas in history. I don't see how you could say that. I mean, what are you considering the worst ideas in history? Are you relating this to perhaps like I don't know, like movements from the Marxian side of things, which I don't think were necessarily the worst ideas in history, but I'd say that a lot of the negative within the Marxist-Leninist movement come from the rejection of negation within Hegel, which meant that they started presupposing that essentially notions of right without
That's not true.
reconciliation.
So first of all, the rejection of the negation has nothing to do with the rejection of reconciliation. It's rather a point of. I'm going to quickly just sum this up. Reconciliation reemerges from the dialectical materialist perspective in the form of material being. Material being is what reconciles. And leads to a. So it's not that they reject the negation of the negation as reconciliation. They do accept that the negation is ultimately negated. It's just negated by positive material being. It's a very important distinction. They do not reject Hegelian reconciliation. They reject the view that the negation of the negation as a metaphysical view, which leads to a kind of still negation of the negation does not arrive at positive being. That's their issue.
I'm going to modify this question from Seeking A because I
can
think
I just quickly add? Just
yeah, please go for it.
Mao actually certainly does reject the negation of negation.
Yeah, but how?
He says that there are he points towards particulars, and that everything can be infinitely divested into smaller and smaller units, and in society, and he points that towards that. So, he definitely doesn't say that it can be reconciled. He says that there is the constant unity of opposites.
Yes, because for Mao,
hang on.
No, I'm not speaking along.
Hang on. No, let him finish his thought, and then you can respond. Go.
But then they're never reconciled. That's the point. Like the contradiction must exist in a form of contradiction that is never reconciled.
Okay.
In the Maoist tradition.
Sure.
Let's go.
I'm very quickly. I just want to clear.
No, please go
this.
for it. You have time. Just
it is. Listen, Louis. It is actually reconciled. It's just that you don't understand the Chinese tradition Mao is coming from. Mao is ontologizing contradiction itself as a form of positive being. So it is reconciled in the form of this material positive being, which for Hegel is the very unity of opposites itself. The content of the material object for Mao is the unity of opposites, which he is inheriting from the Chinese philosophy, the Chinese tradition. And it's also something, this orientation towards being itself, positive being, as opposed to the negativity of thought, is something that distinguishes Eastern philosophy and thinking from Western in general. So to say that he doesn't accept a reconciliation is wrong. He accepts a reconciliation. It's just that this is a reconciliation in reality itself, in the form of the very being of the unity of opposites itself.
Thank you. Well, I'm gonna cut you off there, Louis, because we're gonna get to the next question. This is from Nimrod's Fall to Haz. Haz, how do you differentiate between your view and the view that some scientists used to have that non-whites lacked consciousness and pain vis-a-vis animals?
Because your comparison of non-whites to fucking animals is precisely why veganism is a white supremacist ideology that is the enemy of mankind.
Okay.
So just too cool Q. That's just how you're going to respond to that.
Yeah, because I get straight to the point instead of wasting people's time like you.
That's not a point. That's a too cool Q. That's a logical fallacy.
What do you
criticize
mean?
the criticism with a criticism.
Wait, what?
You're like someone's just went, how would, they've asked you a question and then you went, you're a white supremacist.
Yeah, the reason it's different, Louis, is because there's a fundamental, because non-white people are still fucking human. I don't know, is that enough for you?
I didn't take the question to be making that implication. I thought the point was that the equivocation goes in the other direction, whether or not animals should be raised up to the general status of having equal value to human beings. That's how I interpret that question. It didn't have the negative connotation at all. But that's just me.
What I'm saying is that the reason why you can't compare it is because there's a fundamental difference between humans and animals, and that non-white people, the difference between non-whites and whites is not the same as the difference between humans and animals. That's how I would respond. Jesus Christ.
That's what they want you to establish. What is the difference?
Okay, well, that's a different question. If he wants to know what precisely
that's
the difference...
my question.
Your question is what precisely is the difference between humans and animals?
That justifies ethical inconsideration.
Wait, are you asking me that question?
What's the difference between humans and animals, which justifies their ethical inconsideration?
Yeah, sure. You know what my answer to you is?
What?
Read Hegel.
That was terrible.
Just read Hegel. He talks about it. He elaborates pretty well.
Okay. Okay. Next question.
Insecure.
All right. There's a premise to this one. Are either of you aware of meta-modernism or post-postmodernism?
I'm aware of it. I know very little about it, to be entirely honest with you. I need to read into it. Somebody sent us this on one of me prior streams, but I can't say I know very much about it, to be entirely honest with you.
I
Fair.
don't remember. I remember encountering it, and I remember what I thought when I read up on it. Encounters that I wasn't impressed by it, and I thought it was a bunch of bullshit. But I don't remember specifically why. But that's my memory.
Yeah, I have no knowledge of this whatsoever. This is from Seeking A. I'm going to modify this slightly. If you were pressed, how would you salvage the position of your opponent? Has, do you want to go first, or Lewis? I'll let you choose amongst yourselves.
If Lewis was an intelligent person, then they would come at this from the perspective of a cosmology. He wouldn't try to collapse the distinction between nature and spirit, which is antithetical to the Hegelian enterprise. He would try to actually reconcile them from the perspective of cosmology, similar to Evald Ilyenkov's his cosmology of spirit. But this is a necessarily materialist enterprise, though. And he would, from this cosmology, try to establish how animals figure into the ultimate development of spirit from the perspective of the development of spirit as something that arises out of nature, and how spirit is, in fact, part of nature, and so on and so on. So if he was smart, he would come at it from that perspective. It's just he's not smart enough to do that, so he has to lie about Hegel and pull shit out of his ass.
Lewis?
I mean, it depends on what you mean by salvage. Do you mean like as in make a steel man of the argument, or do you mean
To the best of your ability. Perhaps you regard the position as unsalvageable, but if you, to the extent that you can.
right? So I would say that his position perhaps could argue, if he was being like justified about it, would be to accept that animals were conscious, but then say that, and then try to do. I think, to be honest, his argument in the first debate was stronger than his argument in this one, although still terrible. He essentially tried to argue an epistemological difference in that one, which meant that animals couldn't be considered because we cannot demonstrate the resistance in their will, which would lead us to a discussion of whether we can.
They have no will.
Having like interests which we can consider. That would be the best argument that he could make, but I still think a very poor one.
All right, this is from G.A. Korobov, again for $5. Again to Perspective Philosophy. By Neo-Hegelian, I meant genteelly. Perspective Philosophy, are you aware of some of the abstractive concepts you introduce? Are you aware that these seem a lot like actualism?
I'm not really. I've never really encountered this so much, to be entirely honest with you. But I'm not really introducing an abstract concept. I'm not saying that there is anything that necessarily must be accepted as its pure abstract essence, but rather that we need to reconcile what is a pure abstract essence with the fundamental concrete reality, which is fundamentally Hegelian.
What does that have to do with actualism?
I just said I've never encountered actualism, and
You
I'm
don't
saying
know,
I'm not
so you
talking
don't know
about-
what he's talking. He's not saying you have an abstract concept. He's saying that your interpretation of Hegel is pretty much the same as Giovanni Gentile's actual idealism.
Well, Giovanni's the
He's the founder of intellectual founder of Italian
fascism.
fascism. Yeah, Italian fascism.
Yeah. I haven't read his work yet. I was going to read it to respond to fascists, but I haven't met a fascist Hegelian yet because I think that's died.
I think I've just met one today, I met one last week, which is you.
That's absolutely dumb. Like let's be honest. Like what I'm arguing.
Yeah, you're not a fascist. I wouldn't call you a fascist, but like philosophically, I think you are.
I don't think that's the case at all, considering that I'm arguing for a mediation of the self with the self in a way that reconciles us from in and out groups to a unified individual. So
it has
like
nothing to do with fascism.
Fascism requires an us versus them notion in which we can posit a single identity against the other.
Not necessarily. Fascists, for example, can have a view of like world conquest, like Hitler, where there's gonna reconcile all beings but it's gonna be in like a determinate hierarchy with Germans at the top, just like animals would figure in the hierarchy.
But the hierarchy
other races
itself. I mean, the hierarchy in and of itself, I think, in a Hegelian stance, would be absolutely unjustified.
Why? We have a hierarchy. You admit we need a hierarchy with animals, or you don't admit that?
No, I don't think that we should hierarchize at
Really?
all.
So if you see like a baby and a baby like chicken, and which one would you save? Because there's no hierarchy.
I would do my duty.
And do what? Which one would you save?
Well, I'd probably do my duty to society and my family and like whatever.
Okay.
I don't think that we should hierarchize at all. I don't think that we should hierarchize at all. I would do my duty. I would do my duty to society and my family and like whatever. I don't think that we should hierarchize at all. I don't think that we should hierarchize at all. I don't think that we should hierarchize at all. I don't think that we should hierarchize at all. I don't think that we should hierarchize at all. I don't think that we should hierarchize at all. I don't think that we should hierarchize at all. I don't think that we should hierarchize at all. I don't think that we should hierarchize at all. I don't think that we should hierarchize at all. I don't think that we should hierarchize at all. I don't think that we should hierarchize at all. I don't think that we should hierarchize at all. I don't think that we should hierarchize at all. I don't think that we should hierarchize at all. I don't think that we should hierarchize at all. I don't think that we should hierarchize at all. I don't think that we should hierarchize at all. I don't think that we should hierarchi
So your society is a determinate society, right? It's not just like a
Yeah.
universal
Because they don't
society.
exist in but if at the point of absolute spirit, if you were to say like what matters more, a chicken or a baby, they're equal in value.
Okay, so
How we
so
ex-
so how
it's
how can
where
you
you're
not?
moving
Why
from.
don't you
That's a
transpose?
movement from
Hang
that's
on, has let him finish his response, and then you can reply.
yeah, so that's a movement from Hegel's meta-ethical commitments or Hegel's ontological commitments
It's not my
to
point.
Hegel's normative commitments.
You don't have to
Hegel's
go there.
normative
It's not my
commitments
point.
are duties and how we express
Wait,
that notion of right.
Lewis, let's bring it back to the point. The point was there's clearly a hierarchy between humans and animals.
Clearly, yet you haven't established it.
Yeah, no, but you just established it. You agree
Where?
that animals cannot have the same rights human beings can.
What do you mean? When did I say that they can't have the same rights? I absolutely do think they can have the same rights. There's some rights that would be
Really?
applicable. So, like, I wouldn't give a child, for example, the right to vote, and I wouldn't give a dog the right to vote. But
No,
I've
so
certainly
which
given them
one
the
is
right to
it?
life
Is it
and
the same?
liberty.
Is it the same rights or it's not the same rights? Which one is it?
Hmm?
Is it the same rights or is it not the same rights? Which one is it?
Well, it would be the same right.
Oh, no, the same
Rights.
right. I didn't say right
No,
in the abstract. I said
the
rights.
same rights. Rights, quote unquote.
Can you
the-
stop dancing around the point? Would they have the same rights
No,
or would
I'm
they be
actually-
unequal?
Well, no, you don't have to have the exact same rights to be equal.
Okay, colloquially, from the common sense perspective, would animals be equal to humans?
Animals
Okay,
would
what you're
be-
arguing, you can argue also from the Nazi perspective. You don't. Not everyone has to have the same rights.
Okay,
to be
has
equal.
let him reply.
Well, like, look at it like this. Like, would Hegel have said that everyone has the same right to the money that exists in my family if they don't live in my family? No,
Okay,
like
okay.
that's not how it works.
That's fine.
People's rights are dependent upon the context.
Sure,
which is
sure,
why
Lewis.
rights
But you
are
haven't
subject to
established how it's different
rights.
from Nazis.
Okay, hang on. Let him finish, and then Has you can go.
How is
Lewis,
it
try to be
different?
quick.
How is it different from Nazism? Because we're considering everyone equally, and the notion of rights is being delved out from that position.
Yeah, the Nazis are saying we're treating everyone equally, just like how you're saying we would treat all animals equally. But if there's differences in the content of the rights, that's not because there's no equality. It's just because of the differences in determinate reality, just like the family example you mentioned. So you're not actually addressing my point.
The opposite, because
Why?
the determinate reality from which you're proposing is the subject-object division. I'm saying is necessarily inadequate to establish right, and that it needs to be reconciled with consciousness in
Sure.
its infinite.
Okay, Lewis.
Not, which is the whole point of
Lewis,
this debate.
I know you're trying to avoid the
Lewis,
point.
let Has reply. Go.
Lewis, I know you're trying to avoid the point. My question's very simple, right? Why? Okay, so clearly, okay, animals would be treated differently than humans, right? According to you.
Yes.
Okay,
Yes,
let's just
as
begin with
children are
that.
treated differently to adults.
So why shouldn't different races be treated differently from the Nazi perspective? What's wrong with that?
Because the Nazi perspective deliberately undermines the value that exists in a race, and it proposes an abstract notion of value in, let's say, let's something like Germanness, right? Like where there is no value.
Well,
it's a
it's
presuppositionalist position.
That's not necessarily true because Germanness is just referring to the actual determinate society in which Germans live, whereas and
Okay,
also
for both of you, again, the platform we're on, if you both speak over each other, it becomes a garbled mess that nobody can hear, so you
Okay.
silence yourselves. One at a time. Has, finish your thought, then Lewis respond.
Yeah. So basically, and also you could also say that Hitler might argue that German society represents the fullest and most developed. I think Nazis did argue this. Developed expression of spirit, the most in the world, and that it necessarily does entail a hierarchy of races. So why does that not follow from your perspective? Well,
Because the establishment of a hierarchy in terms of conscious beings is exactly what is being undermined by the Hegelian position, which is the consideration
the
of
Nazis are not as
Wait,
All
I'm
right,
not
Has,
speaking.
let him finish.
The consideration of determinate being is inadequate, which is why we start at consciousness, which is what you've missed this entire time. You're the one that's presupposing an abstract, determinate fucking notion of right within
no, I'm
society.
not. Prove it.
Okay, you are putting forward an anthropocentric position where there is no justification for that in consciousness itself.
So what?
So that is fundamentally
No.
hegemonic
So what
and
that there's no
unjustified.
so what that there's no justification in consciousness itself, and how am I establishing an arbitrary abstract primacy of humanity over everything else?
because you're unwilling to consider that animals are valuable.
That
simply
doesn't
because
mean
they
I have an
don't have-
abstract
Okay,
perspective.
hang on.
It doesn't
Lewis, finish your thought.
logically necessarily
Hang on.
follow that
Okay,
that
has.
entails
Let
that
him let him
my view
reply.
of
He
humanity is
hasn't.
abstract.
Let him reply.
He derailed the topic. I was asking him why.
Okay, so but you can point it out when you respond, but he needs to be able to finish the sentence. Otherwise, we don't
There's
know what
like
he's saying.
5 different
I
things we're
derailed
arguing
the
about
topic.
now.
I derailed the topic. You're trying to paint
He's
me
trying
as
to
a
bring this back
fascist.
to a debate I
You're
already
on.
won about
Hey,
consciousness.
Nobody talk over me. That's the rule. Lewis, then has. Be quick. Lewis.
Okay, right. Okay, great. So the reason I'm not derailing the topic, I'm defending myself against claims of fascism, and I'm showing that the Hegelian critique of fascism would be the inadequacy in spirit. I don't care what Nazis think of themselves. Of course, they have delusions of grandeur. That's basically entailed in that position. But that's because they're looking from through a sublime objective ideology which paints Germanic superiority as being justified, just as your position paints anthropocentrism as being justified. You look through Adam, they look through Hitler.
Has, go.
Yeah, 2 things, and this is why I'm saying this is taking so long. First thing, no, it doesn't necessarily follow, because from your perspective, which is one of actual idealism, the actual triumph of the will, and the actual triumph of the will, if you, as far as the Nazis are concerned, is a decisive moment. So the Nazis are merely saying, well, since it's not a given in being, just like how you said, it requires our will to establish what was already true. The Nazis are not saying for abstract reasons we elevate ourselves above others. They're saying this is actually the case in reality. We've proven it by our military prowess and superiority. This is just the manifestation of our actual will, our triumph of the will. The second thing is that your claim about that my humanity is an you have a completely, you just pulled something out of your fucking ass. I'm a fucking Marxist materialist dialectic. You think I have an abstract humanism, some kind of abstract bourgeois humanism? No, I have a Marxist humanism. My Marxist humanism has nothing to do with arbitrarily elevating some kind of form to the status of supremacy against which all reality is being related. You haven't proven that's my position. Nothing I've said implies or demonstrate that's my position. If you want to know more about my humanistic perspective, just ask me. You're clearly uneducated, so instead of talking out of your ass, why don't you just fucking ask me what the nature of my humanism? I completely have railed against abstract humanistic universalism, human rights, and all that kind of stuff. I always fucking critique that regularly. I don't have some kind of fucking modern European humanistic perspective. I don't think Hegel necessarily does either. What you're saying is completely fucking wrong, but that doesn't mean I don't think a distinction between humans and animals is justified, unless your argument is that Hegel's elevation of humanity is abstract and whatever, but that just proves you're not a fucking Hegelian, because Hegel makes it clear it's not. Hegel doesn't create some kind of abstract criterion for humanity against which the world is being measured. Hegel demonstrates why humans are different from animals through an imminent process of development, not through some kind of top-down thing.
Okay, Lewis, would you like to reply?
Yeah, so the Nazis positing a power structure as a justification of their position is exactly what Hegel argues against in the phenomenology and the philosophy of right in the master-slave dialectic. I mean, that's the whole point. Power doesn't justify itself. What justifies power is actually the expression of subjectivity, or the expression of the will.
Yeah.
That's essentially the whole point. So saying like, all right, the Nazis say that they're superior, and so they have shown themselves to be, more considerable. No, that's exactly what Hegel's arguing against. So like, no, I haven't got it wrong. Like what you're and the thing is, I wouldn't be surprised if you agreed with that. No, wait, I'll let you speak, so you let me speak. I wouldn't be surprised if you agreed with a power structure where you say might makes right, and some sort of stupid notion in which right can be justified through the acquisition of material or power. Right is not justified in relation to some sort of control or ideological manipulation. It's justified against reality, which is why reflection, which is why the essence is reflection, but the concrete foundation is the existence.
All right, we're going to move to the next question before this turns into a wedding. This is from Angela Marnie again.
Can I just respond really quick?
Oh, please go for it.
Yeah, okay. The imminent I'm not saying they're justifying themselves on the basis of power perspective. Maybe the power proves something imminent, but I'm not saying it's coming just from the fact they have power. Maybe what the Nazis would say is that our power attests to this fact, not necessarily that it is what proves it. So it's a complete straw man. You still haven't distinguished yourself
Then
from a
I would accuse them.
actual
I would accuse
idealist.
them of being tautological. They are saying might makes right. They're saying that
No, they're not.
because
Not
you're
necessarily.
powerful,
They're
I
not
am more
saying that.
powerful, and what we are
No, no,
one at a
considering,
time.
no. They're saying they might say that might attest to right, but they're not saying it's actually what makes right. It's a very, very
Well,
clear
they are because
distinction.
they're saying that the power within nature is what determines rightness. So
No,
it's
they're
like saying,
not. They're not saying that.
yes, they are. They're
They're,
saying the
they're-
attestment
no,
of
they
power
are.
is
Lewis,
that.
Lewis, you're not a very
Hang
smart
on,
guy.
hang on. Has, then Lewis.
Okay, Lewis, I'm not. They're not saying it's what actually determines right. It's just that from our perspective of finite knowledge, this is what demonstrates it for us, but it's not imminently what actually proves it. It merely attests to it. There's a operative distinction there. You seem to be unaware of the distinction I'm trying to make.
I'm actually very aware of the distinction you're trying
Okay.
to make, but the foundation from which they are pointing to, in which is this justification,
I didn't
is
speak of
again
justification. I did not
Hey,
speak
hang on.
of
Has,
justification.
let him finish, then reply.
this attestment, as you call it, towards reality is an attestment towards their power. They're saying that their actions within the world are somehow justifying their actions within the world.
No.
That is exactly
No.
against the Hegelian position.
No one mentioned justification. No one mentioned justification. No one mentioned justification, Lewis.
Okay.
Please.
Let us finish. So the whole point of the Hegelian system is to recognize that what is valuable is the will itself. It's not like some sort of like other predicate. It is
Wait, do you
the
think do you think Hegel's philosophy is some kind of like normative system?
well, I think there is a normativity in Hegel. Like, of course,
Okay,
there
yeah,
is
that's extremely vague. Obviously, there's a
Of course,
normativity in
of
Hegel.
course, yeah. But like, so you're the
So
one
you
being
think it's
vague.
a
What do you
you
mean?
think it's a normative system, not a philosophy?
Oh no, of course I think that it's more than normative. That would be ridiculous.
Okay, the answer, Lewis, is that it's not a normative system. Okay, so
So
it's
I
not
said that it
about
wasn't, and then
okay,
you laugh and
but
say that the
you're
answer
treating it
which
like it
I just
is.
gave.
You're treating it like as if I say that the Nazis are coming from are understanding themselves from a perspective of actual idealism. That's very different from saying they're using Hegel to justify themselves normatively.
The point what I was making is that the ontology from which they are saying is justifying their superiority.
Where does
is
justification factor?
Hey, hang on.
supposed
Has, let him finish.
superiority. Is their supposed
Okay,
superiority?
sure.
The whole point in the Hegelian system is that the master and the slave, regardless of any hierarchization, are mutually dependent beings trying to express subjectivity. That is all that matters. Their interests.
That's
their
fine.
Okay,
That's fine.
Has,
It
now you
has
go.
okay, first of all, it has nothing to do with the point. Where did I mention justification, and where could justification possibly factor into the point I'm trying to make as I've made
So
it?
you weren't saying that a testament was a notion of trying to prove something.
No.
So you were just saying that it might possibly indicate.
Yes, that's exactly what I was saying, Lewis, if you were listening.
So they're just making unjustified assumptions then, and I can accuse them of that.
Wait. What do you mean?
Because justification's important. Like, do you deny the
But
need for
I'm saying that
justification?
they are interpreting their actions from the perspective of actualizing the will within this greater harmony of spirit. I'm talking. This is not my view of Hegel. This is your view of this
This
actualistic
isn't my
view
view
of
of
Hegel.
anything. This is your attempts to try and paint me as a fascist because you're
No,
incapable.
okay.
of
To be
actually
clear
dealing
for the
with my
audience, Lewis is obviously not a fascist. I'm just saying that your philosophical views are uncannily close to actual idealism.
I very much. Well, I don't actually. Actually saying that, I'll read Giovanni, and I'll make a distinction as to why they're different. But I will say that
Okay.
the logical end of my philosophy does not attest or does not in any way give credence to fascism.
Well,
Okay,
you might not want
it's gonna be
to.
awesome when we have a prospective fascist in the next debate.
No.
against Has.
Perspective. To be clear, I agree that you don't want it to lead to fascism, and you don't want it to. So I agree with that. You don't want to be a fascist,
It
obviously.
doesn't.
But do you have a choice? Is a question. If you take
All
it
right.
to the end.
There's an apropos question here by Angela Marney. I take it to be addressed to perspective philosophy, but I'll let you both answer. But Lewis first. Does absolute knowledge mean no hierarchy between human beings or between beings?
It depends on what you point towards hierarchization. It would mean equal consideration of interests, uniformity. Like, but in terms of like we were all subject under right. But if we were to like create, let's say, it would be more of like a hierarchy. You would still expect like some form of normativity, or maybe not actually, because he does say that subjects reconcile themselves with the world. So probably not. Probably no hierarchy. But our actions would attest to the greatest expression of right. So, for example, if the greatest expression of right was the consideration of one interest over another in a particular scenario, we would all agree. That would be absolute knowing. We would all go, absolutely, it is our duty to do X, and that duty is the one that we will follow.
It logically follows very clearly from Hegel's view of absolute knowledge and his philosophy in general that Hegel does explain why the hierarchies in reality exist, and Hegel does believe, in my view, that hierarchies are an inevitability of the discontinuities in reality that exist objectively. So, for example, Hegel doesn't believe in hierarchy in the sense that he believes like a person is ontologically superior to another person, or a person is superior by virtue of some kind of characteristic. But for Hegel, there are necessary hierarchies in, for example, a society that represent the different positions of human beings in relation to the spirit and in relation to the state in particular. So in that sense, yes, hierarchies are implied for Hegel, but they're not. There's no. I don't think Hegel believes in an ontological hierarchy between human beings. I think Hegel immanentizes hierarchies as the relationship between the individual human and spirit in the form of the state.
If by that you mean that Hegel like thinks that hierarchies are necessary in order to express absolute spirit to its greatest possible degree, I wouldn't disagree necessarily. Although the top of the hierarchy is absent of any subjectivity, which is why the king is just an empty subject. He fulfills the will of the
But
people,
it's
and
it's
the will
not
of
it's
the
not
people
just
alone.
the king.
He
For
he
Hegel,
has no.
there's the
Yeah,
civil servants and there's all sorts of officials that stand above
oh yeah.
society.
Well, yeah, but the civil servants, what they're actually, I mean, there is like, it's not that it stands above society; it's that they are society mediating itself. So you've got like civil
Okay.
servants, who are bureaucrats, and then
Yeah.
you've got private society, and then you've got like these are three
Yeah, yeah.
poles which are constantly interlocked to
In
balance
but
power.
in common sense terms, that implies some people have more power than other people, and ergo, in the common sense, they're higher on the hierarchy.
Well, I mean, I would probably push back on that and say that power is in and of itself an expression of spirit and not an expression of individuality.
Okay,
So
sure,
an
but
individual
some
wouldn't
people
be
there's
more
hierarchy.
powerful.
Okay, just common
Like,
sense. There's hierarchy. Okay.
yeah, but I think that that's making Hegel like essentially saying nothing of what he's actually saying. That would be like justifying like individualism rather
Well,
than
no,
some.
because you're not addressing the person's question. The person is asking from a common sense perspective, like, would there be hierarchy? Like as we know it, hierarchy is in. Yes,
But it's
that follows from
hierarchy of
Hegel.
consideration versus hierarchy of
You know what you
of
sound like? You sound like George Orwell in the Animal Farm, and they go, "Some are more equal than others." Like, okay, yeah, in reality, it's a hierarchy. Okay, like you can justify it however you want, but yeah, that's a hierarchy.
one person does not get more than another. That doesn't happen in Hegel.
Well, no, yes, I mean they do.
No, but that's not what he's justifying. He's not saying that one should get more than another.
No, he's not, but he's saying that they
That's
do.
exactly what he's
Because
trying to
Hegel's
dismiss.
his philosophy is right is not a normative, prescriptive normative document. He's describing what the way in which spirit is mediated in the form of the state to individual human beings, and hierarchy is a necessary part of that.
We'll just leave it there.
Yeah, we'll move to the next question. This is an interesting one for Has from Noah Watson. At what point in human evolution does the slaughter, and I'll extend this to mean just the use as we use animals, of proto-humans become unjustifiable?
I actually am very skeptical to this idea that like like for example, a lot of people think Neanderthals were like proto-humans, but there's actually no scholarly consensus as far as archaic humans are concerned as actually being a different species. Um, the second thing I would say though is that there's a reason why we don't slaughter like chimpanzees and gorillas and shit. I mean, I guess some tribes in Africa might or whatever, but we generally don't because they're too similar to us. And it's not necessarily because we're doing it from an ethical or moral perspective, it's just a normative one. It's like aesthetic taste. It's like, you know what I mean? Like this question of like how to absolutely justify this or that is like, if we don't absolutely justify it, then necessarily it will follow that our normative position to the world will be chaotic and scary. Well, that's not the Hegelian perspective. For Hegel, our normative, our mores, customs, norms, and the things we consider from a common sense perspective to be like normal, that is actually not like completely arbitrary and chaotic. It is reconciled with the sphere of ethics and morality and stuff. So it's not, they're just not the same thing, is this important to point out. They're not the same thing, but it's still rational and meaningful and stuff. It's not like people are just going to become cannibals unless we contrive some kind of like ethical system.
Okay, we're past the 2 hour mark, so I'm going to limit us to 2 more questions. Again, if anybody has questions, put an asterisk on either end so I can catch them in the chat, and we'll be ending off after those. This is another one for Haz from Seeking A. What would and I apologize if this is redundant. I vaguely remember seeing this question earlier. What would have to be true that would convince you that animals are conscious? And what about the argument from marginal cases?
Yeah, the thing that would be necessary for that to be proven to me is that animals would actually have to demonstrate to me by means of some kind of communication that they are conscious. Like they would have to actually like talk to me or something. I mean, like maybe they would have to do it in a language that I wouldn't immediately understand, but they would have to be capable of language, and they would have to be able to recognize a difference between subject and object.
How would you respond, just quickly, how would you respond then to Levinas, where we talk about what comes before language as the primordial expression? So like communication, I mean, 80% of communication, 80% of communication is non-linguistic. Like most of it comes from, body language, vocal tone, or engagements with each other that are not, actually contained within the words. But
I just want to say, I like how you're explaining this to Haz right now. Keep going.
Yeah, but actually the semantic content of the words. So when we talk about some forms of like communication, we can have communication which is not linguistic, which animals display in their resistance. They scream, they try to get away, they display acts of fear and terror, and in many ways are pleading to us. They act and call us to our own conscience.
Okay, that's like saying a tree makes you feel a certain way. They're calling it to your conscience. Okay, obviously language is not the same as like formal, verbalized words. Language is not the same as words. Obviously, there's forms of communication that fall within the criterion of language that are outside of formal language, so to speak. Right. As far as this primordial language stuff is concerned, I'm a Lacanian, so for me, this is the primordial basis of language is death drive, which animals do not possess. Animals do not possess the self-relating negativity.
The death drive that exists they do not have the death drive, but we have the death drive, and we can see that in their faces, which is why, as Zizek actually points out, that we see the death drive and our own monstrosity in the animals in which we slaughter.
I understand. I understand the idea, like, language is something that emerged so nature could speak its own pain, whatever. But still, animals don't possess it, okay? They're not conscious. They are not themselves conscious. Maybe they...
That's it.
What?
So the make a display, which we would say was fundamentally a communication of...
No.
Pain.
There's a distinction between the communication that is proper to language and the elicitation of the expression of some kind of contingent and external expression on part of the animal that evokes a certain stimuli to other animals. That is different from communication. Communication implies a withdrawnness of the subject with regard to themselves, so that things become for themselves to another, not just you need something like, for example, a big other. It's not just a one-way relation between me and then another person. It's that it's me, another person, and a fundamental third point of reference. That is the presupposition.
But the only way that occurs is in the acknowledgement of the other, and that acknowledgement of the other happens between us and animals in two ways. Animals do acknowledge us and do engage with us.
So the acknowledgement...
Hang on. Lewis, quickly, and then Haz.
So one, animals do acknowledge and engage with us. Animals do, and I mean, like, shit, this is like unbelievably obvious in terms of training, in terms of like your ability to manifest a relationship with an animal. Animals definitely do, and they'll act even defensively, even with each other. Animals form social pacts. They're not in like a society or something like that, but they do have relationships with one another. It's not purely from like an internal standpoint. And then also they do communicate pain in that respect. They try and communicate their pain in the sense to make you stop. They try to communicate pain within a sense to cower from you and act defensively in order to make it end. Like cats will lie on their belly and show submission.
Okay. Concise. Like 2 examples, not 10. Go.
Okay,
So-
yeah, that's fine. But like animals submit to each other. Even there is an active power relationship within animality.
It has.
Okay, the first thing what you do is that you go like 5,000 different points. When I have 1 point, I want to stick to 1 point. So let's go one by one. There's 3 I could identify. The first point with regarding to the fact that a big other, the third term, is created only by a relationship with another person. Actually, that's not true. This third term is necessary both for the acknowledgement of another and ourselves. So that dialectic relationship is always there. Just by having a relationship to an other, you do not establish that third term. That is the third point of reference between you both. Yeah, it's very important to understand.
I will say that's
Okay, well, I'm addressing your points one by
Lewis,
one.
hang on.
Because you fucking shit out so many stupid fucking points. Okay, the second thing
nice.
is
Go.
you said that animals do in fact communicate to us and do relate to us. They don't do this any more than a fucking plant does. Okay, you haven't established how it's different from a plant. Okay. You haven't gotten from in itself to for itself as far as that's concerned. The third thing is that you said that animals communicate pain and all these kinds of things. Well, that's just anthropomorphization. It's like a cat lady who tries to intuit the feelings of her cat. Ultimately, there's a complete unbridgeable difference there where you could not possibly have communication with an animal because the third term that is the reference point of communication could not exist between you. So and as far as animal training and stuff is concerned, even though I don't myself take this view from a Hegelian perspective and classically modern European perspective, you still don't establish the difference between in itself and for itself. For example, what separates a robot from an animal in this regard? A complete just robot, a machine that can be trained and so on and so on. I mean, like, you don't actually arrive at the point at which animals are conscious or have language.
Lewis?
All right, okay, so the third term in the Hegelian and Lacanian kind of, especially in the Lacanian sense, like the big other that's produced, that's not immanent within our being. That's produced from the relationship with the other, which then produces a notion of self, and that is self-consciousness, which is what happens at the mirror stage and the production of language. So that's not that's the production of language, not the necessary tenets of language which animals have.
No.
So like
you have the same
recognition. So
Okay, hang on.
So the recognition of consciousness is what produces language and allows us to formulate the third term. It's not what gives us consciousness. It's not already
exists. Now, thank you, Lewis. And now Hasni, you can respond.
Yeah, you make the same mistake in regards to Lacan that you did with Hegel. So when Hegel's talking about the mirror stage, you're again confusing this with Lacan's ontological claims and the implications, which are again being developed from the end. Yes, the truth of the beginning is again same with Lacan revealed at the end. So yes, and the very beginning, the distinction of the big other is there. The reason why Lacan moves to the big other is because of the inadequacy of the relation between one and another to possibly explain what gives rise to identity and subjectivity. Lacan moves to the big other because the initial thing is inadequate. It's literally the same as Hegel, but you make the same mistake and misunderstanding.
Okay, Lewis?
The big other could not possibly be there, because if it was there, then we would start with the barred subject and not the subject, which is exactly why Lacan starts with the subject, which is not barred by language, and at the production of language becomes barred. So that's the relationship with the big other.
Right, you're
and
making
the
the same.
with the
Okay,
self.
Lewis, can you please respond to my point though?
I did respond to your point.
No, you didn't.
Right there.
No,
he moved.
Has restate the point.
I'll
Lewis,
restate the point. Sure, Lewis. There's a difference between Lacan is not saying this is ontologically the case. He's saying this for purposes of his investigation, for purposes of his development of what is already there. So yes, the big other, in a sense, is already there. It's just that we don't know this. so to speak, at the beginning.
thank
This
you.
has to develop in a certain way in order to arrive at it. But yes, the big other is there.
Okay, Lewis.
The big other isn't a thing; it's a relationship.
Yeah, okay. Listen, the big other is the relationship, but the symbolic. It's the relationship of the symbolic order to the subject, mediated by the imaginary. That's just what the big other means. That's all it means. And the symbolic order is something that Lacan believes as ontologically antecedent in the form of death drive.
I would agree that the death drive is there. We could agree on that, but that's separate. That's like saying like the will seeks to destroy. That's the will's frustration with itself.
Do you know why it's especially true that the symbolic order is already there, Lewis?
Well, it's
Because when you're an infant, it's literally there. Like you're born into a society, into a symbolic order, and you're just confused about your relationship to it. It's already
that's
there.
exactly against what he argues, because he even talks about how erogenous zones don't even develop until past the mirror stage. So even our experience of pleasure hasn't even been sublimated in a way that makes sense.
But the
So
presence
no,
of the symbolic
Okay,
order.
hang on. Has let him finish his response. Lewis, try to be concise. Go.
Yeah, so sublimation and the the symbolization of our drives is past the mirror stage, which allows us to feel things in different locations and understand them in that way.
Yeah, but Lacan is not a stagist. He doesn't believe like these are just different stages. Lacan's own mirror stage, that was almost an epistemic development on his part to arrive at where he would eventually become. He doesn't actually ontologize these stages and say that this is actually imminently an ontological stage in being.
I don't know if I can kind of say this in another way. Like the whole point of the mirror stage is to recognize something that you did not see before. Like prior to that, consciousness was not aware of itself.
We know. But what is leading the process along is the symbolic order.
Desire and the frustration of desire.
Well, but desire, again, what is leading desire along?
Nothing.
No, yeah, there is something.
What?
Drive.
That is desire.
No, it's not. Desire is not the same as drive, dude. I've studied Lacan for like 5 years. You don't know what you're talking about. Desire is not the same as drive. Desire is the imaginary form drive takes. Drive belongs to the domain of the real. Desire belongs to the domain of the imaginary.
Yeah, okay, if you want
to
I don't know
what you're talking about, dude.
If you want
Stop wasting my time.
Hang on. Let him respond, Hez.
If you want to say that what you mean by desire is the symbolized drive, fair enough.
It's not symbolized drive.
Yes, it is.
No, it belongs to the imaginary.
It's the sublimated drive.
Symbolized drive is signifier. Okay?
It's the sublimated drive, man. It's that simple. It's the drive which is given content so that it can be expressed.
In the imaginary form.
Well, yes, but in so much that it gives the capacity for the will to actually express itself. Otherwise,
no. This is not philosophy. So he's not talking about will or any of this other stuff. He's talking about psychoanalysis. Okay, you have to know what you're talking about. You just don't. You're not well read on Lacan.
Definitely is philosophical, since Lacan was heavily inspired by Hegel.
Lacan was inspired by Hegel's dialectic, but Lacan even would say this is just dialectical materialism. Like, it's not even Hegel per se. It's
Lacan is not a materialist.
Really?
No.
Well, let me ask you a question. When Lacan was confronted with the possibility of a certain theoretical position, he said, no, this can't be true because it would violate dialectical materialism. So yes, he was. But Lacan explicitly, even if you reject history and the facts, which you are, Lacan actually explicitly rejected the entire enterprise of philosophy. He contrasted psychoanalysis with philosophy as a completely separate enterprise. So no, Lacan does not think this is all philosophy. It's not philosophy.
One, philosophical readings of Lacan are separate from Lacan himself anyway.
Okay.
Like that's separate.
But even Zizek and Badiou have to critique Lacan's view of philosophy because they disagree with it.
That's fair enough. That's not the point I'm making. The point I'm making is that I don't think that Lacan is a materialist.
Like, you don't think you would, but Lacan says he is.
I would argue.
Yeah.
I would certainly argue that the whole point of sublimation is to reconcile an individual's relationship with their drives to actually understand material in the world. Without you would be assuming that they would have those drives and just seek to express
where does Lacan?
A lot of Marxists do.
Hang on, let him finish.
Let's talk about Marxism now, though. Can we stick
Because
on
you brought up
topic?
dialectical materialism. I'm not going to not mention the
Because I'm
man.
just okay. Let's just take it. Is Lacan a materialist? Yes or no? That's the topic.
I would
That's
say
the
no.
content. Okay. Well, the way you've justified that is because you've said that Lacan is making a philosophical claim about knowledge that's incompatible with materialism, but Lacan is making no such claim in the first place. And Lacan himself believes that he is engaging in a materialist enterprise. He himself does.
Okay. I would say that Lacan begins from a position which unifies the real, the signified, and the imaginary, and one such notion in that is immaterial. And without such, Lacan wouldn't make sense.
Well, what? No, material is not the same as substantial. It's clearly material in the sense of possessing a material content.
Do you think that the imagination is material?
When did I say that? The the
Well,
the,
this is what
the
I'm saying.
relationship Lacan establishes between the imaginary, symbolic, and the real precisely is precisely materialist. It's like saying,
gives
oh,
rise
so
to
if
the
so, like, go
material.
on, let me finish. That's like saying, so, like, oh, if Marx acknowledges ideas, does that mean he thinks ideas are material? Well, no, ideas are not themselves material. You can be a materialist while acknowledging the reality of ideas. You can be a materialist while acknowledging the reality of the imaginary.
One, you would have to either explain material. You'd either have to explain the ideas in material terms or the material in ideal terms. That would be what
Okay,
would separate
what does
an
material
idealist
mean
and a
for you?
materialist.
Yeah, what do you
hang
mean
on,
by
Has.
material?
Let him finish his point, and then you can respond.
So, in other words, I would say that Marx is very well aware of the of ideology and how it impacts our relationship with material. But it's all explained by moving through material, as in the material explains the ideas. Well, in Hegel, the ideas explain the material.
Okay, what is material? What do you mean by material?
Do you mean as in like what do I mean by material? Like
Yeah,
personally?
what are you trying to say when you say Lacan? He's not a materialist. What is material then?
I
What
would
is a
say that
material thing?
I would say that material would be the determine would be I'd probably say like determinate matter in terms of our
What is
experiences.
matter?
I would say the external reality.
Okay, sure. Matter for you is just external reality. Do I have you clear?
Um, I would say that it's. I mean, like, not for me personally. I would say that what matter is actually a relationship. But I mean, like, in terms of like, so like, I would say that like matter in terms of how we understand it. I'd say that matter is actually an emptiness, which
Okay.
is kind of what like Hegel would kind of point towards.
Yeah,
Matter
okay,
as formless, right?
Of
So,
course, of course. We
so, but
know
it's
Hegel's view of
external.
matter is negative. Okay,
Yeah.
so let's be clear. So Lacan is a materialist because for Lacan, the imaginary cannot possibly be self-referential. What defines the imaginary, just like what defines ideology for Marx, is in the form of symptoms in the real. Symptoms in the real for Lacan, which is a fundamental structure. It's a fundamental formation that subsists in the real, which accounts for the range of our imaginary forms. So for Lacan, Lacan is clearly a materialist.
But then
Lacan
you
believes
could make the
symptom.
exact same.
Lacan does not have an undialectical view of materialism, according to which there's like an underlying substance that determines the form and content of like the superstructure, the imaginary or ideas. Obviously, that's an undialectical materialism. That's a straw man. No dialectical materialist believes that. Dialectical materialists understand that matter is a dialectic. Is dialectical. Matter is itself the unity of opposites. It's compatible, like with Mao's view of the drawing from Chinese philosophy of the unity of opposites as being matter itself. So matter has no form outside of the actual form given to it in the form of the imaginary and so on and so on, but it is still primary. It is the primary content of that form. Lacan explains this. One last thing. Lacan actually explains this logic in the form of his concept of the non-all. It is all, yes, but there's the non-all makes it so that it is internally incomplete and contradictory, and there lies the primacy of matter. He doesn't say like matter is a ready-made form that determines everything. Matter is itself something that exists in relation and disturbs in the form of symptoms, the imaginary forms. And it's primary because it is its real being.
Well, I think that like the important thing to recognize, I think that I would not accuse Lacan of being anything but a phenomenologist, to be entirely honest with you. I don't think that we live in unmediated matter. That is exactly like so like otherwise, like, one, I think the way that you described materialism there, I want to ask you to define matter as well, because you described materialism in such a way that it almost included Kant, not Kant, Hegel, which is so strange. Like the idea of like a primacy of reality that we are subject to. Hegel agrees with that, but he's not a materialist. He doesn't see that like reality as a pure through material notion
No, no,
or
no.
physical notion. He sees it through he sees the material as being posited as an understanding of something.
Okay.
And this is exactly the same as the Lacanian point of the real, which is infinitely negative and resists meaning.
No, but here's what you don't understand. The real for Lacan is not only negative. The real actually has determinate form in the form of symptoms. Symptoms. The real is not simply negativity for Lacan. And that's actually the primary form of, that's the primary distinction as far as dialectical materialism with Hegel's idealist philosophy is concerned. It obviously, there's an agreement with Hegel as far as the fact of there being a dialectic relation between form and content. That much is very clear. But from the materialist perspective, it is precisely content, material essence, and being which reconciles the form. In other words, the truth of the form is in the material, it subsists in material being itself already. This explains, for example, Marx's elevation of the proletariat as the class. I don't want to get into that, but
I would
well,
I
okay,
don't
we
think
can I can
Let
explain
Pez
that.
finish,
We don't have
and
time.
then you can go,
We don't
Lewis.
have time. I don't want to diverge into other topics. That's why. So for Lacan, matter is, so if you want to ask me the question of how I would define matter, I would define matter in a very similar way that pre-modern philosophers in the past would define like essence and content. Matter does not self-subsist in an undialectical way, in an unmediated way, as you're trying to say. That's undialectical. That's actually not materialist, it's substantialist, and it ultimately leads to the conclusion of idealism, which was Marx and Engels' criticism of French materialism in the first place. Matter is definitely mediated, but that doesn't change that matter is primary and that matter is antecedent. Matter is contained in the word itself. It is the matter, the real content, the real content of any given totality. Necessarily comes at the expense of both our knowledge and the form given to this content. That's the point of dialectical materialism. It is describing a relationship between form and content. That
Okay, I'm going to allow.
form arises from content, but not in a way that is all contained in the form itself. The content is latent with the birth, regeneration, and destruction of existing forms.
Okay, I'm going to allow one more response from both of you. No interruptions, please. Lewis, then Has.
I don't necessarily even disagree with pretty much anything you've said. It's just whether you would give matter the primacy of that. It's like whether you would say that the real is matter. I don't think that Lacan, well, at least in my understanding of Lacan, I suppose I could be wrong. I wouldn't have said that Lacan would give that primacy to matter. He would have gave the real, like, it's not that he would say that what is real is this external physical existence which we are being tested against. Instead, actually, this internal existence that we are experiencing is already the symbolic. We experience the symbolic reality. We don't experience the real. The real manifests itself in the inadequacy of this symbolic realm and in our internal understanding of self. The real is existence itself and our place within it and how we are symbolizing it, which is why it's phenomenological, at least from my interpretations of things. If you want to say that it's matter, I mean, I would have to do more reading to just go fundamentally 100% Lacan is saying that the real is matter. But I do not think that I've ever come across anyone saying that the real is matter, and that rather anything else, that what the real is anything but what is, which is what makes it infinitely negative. You can't predicate anything of it. You can't say that there is an essence of it other than, because essence is actually in the symbol. It is in the production of essence that we get the symbolized reality. Like the imagination produces an essence from which is applied to reality in the form of a symbol, which is mediated through the self and the other.
Okay, two things. The real is not matter. I didn't say that. It's just that the real occupies a similar relation to both the symbolic and the imaginary that matter does to ideas as relevant to philosophy. That's why Lacan is a materialist. And obviously, materialism for Marx implies the destruction of philosophy, which Lacan is committed to in the form of psychoanalysis itself. So in that sense, the real and matter are related. The real and matter are related because the real is the precise way in which matter relates to us psychologically, but it's not identical with matter itself, obviously. Um,
I don't think
now,
that Lacan is, if I may, I will say, I don't think that Lacan, like the primary, like the importance of
yeah, I'll get to it.
psychoanalysis
I'll
over
get to it.
philosophy.
Yeah, I'll get to it. Lacan obviously doesn't draw like a Kantian distinction between psychology and reality, but I was just trying to simplify that the real is matter insofar as it relates to our like psychological reality or whatever, because there is clearly a discontinuity, but that discontinuity is ontologically accounted for. For example, in Zizek's work, the discontinuity between, for example, symptoms in the unconscious, in the symbolic order, and I'm going to get to that, it's going to be my second point, and symptoms in nature. There are symptoms in nature that you can understand ontologically, and then there are symptoms relevant for the unconscious. There is no hard Kantian distinction between these two, but there's still a discontinuity, and that discontinuity is the very object of Zizek's ontological enterprise, which I disagree with a lot, but I'm just saying, acknowledging that the discontinuity exists is not a Kantian thing. Then the second thing you said is that the real is always already takes the form of the symbolic, but it seems like you're very confused about the actual content of the symbolic.
I didn't
This-
say that.
Hang on, Lewis. It has his turn.
Okay,
Sorry.
whatever you said about the relationship between the real and the symbolic. Okay, this is what you need to understand. The symbolic is precisely, I would argue, material. Actually, the symbolic is precisely material in regards to the imaginary. Signifiers are symptoms for Lacan. This is the conclusion of Lacan's work. Signifiers are not produced as they're not philosophical concepts. It's very easy to mistake signifiers for concepts. They are not the same thing. Signifiers are symptoms of the unconscious, and they are formed in a way that comes at the expense of our conscious conceptual imaginary form. So for Lacan, the concept belongs to the realm of the imaginary, for example. It is not something that premises the imaginary itself.
Well, I guess this is what I would have said. I wasn't saying that that we already exist in the symbolized. I mean, in a thrownness and maybe like a Heideggerian sense, perhaps, but not like in a already the world is simply given to us symbolized. Quite the opposite. I was saying that we gain symbolization through an active process of imagination, which is mediated between two parties.
But for Lacan, that's not the case.
Well, I think it is the case.
No, for Lacan, the imaginary has a very passive role in relationship to the symbolic and the real.
But we can get into that, and I'm happy to. I do need to go and research Lacan more, but from my understanding of Lacan, this is where I've taken it. The real isn't seen as material; it's seen as the absence of any given thing. The symbolic would contain material, but it wouldn't be limited to material. It would be anything which would be given determinate existence. So I'd be like,
which for Lacan is material. Determinate existence is material for Lacan.
Well, that's like a point of contention of whether it is or not. Like, I don't know. I'll definitely check.
Okay, you don't know. It's fine.
But no, I'll definitely check. From my understanding, it's phenomenological because it contains the mediation of what is it is a mediated reality through thought. It is the production,
not thought.
All right, I think we're going to move on to the next question now, and we're going to make this the final question. And this is from Einzelganger, and I'm going to address this to both of you. Leaving aside the previous argument about the consciousness of animals, please comment upon the argument that veganism is necessary for the sake of the environment insofar as it is able to sustain human beings into perpetuity. Who wants to go first?
I have to. Can I go and then can I go pee? Because I got to pee really bad.
If you guys want to take 2 seconds to do that right now, you can.
I'm gonna go pee. I'll be right back.
Okay, you do that. Hang on, Lewis. We'll wait till he gets back.
No problem. No problem.
My bladder is stoically shut.
Yeah, I'm just gonna. As soon as this is over, I'm running to the bathroom. To be entirely honest with you,
Hey, you've got time. Why don't you do that now?
No, I'm happy to wait. I'd rather be able to take my time and feel like it's just like it'll
You
be
want to really savor that release. I got you.
it'll be that's the thing. It's almost like it's gonna be cathartic. It's gonna be like that will be symbolic.
Hey, by the way, I've been meaning to ask, where did you get that jellyfish lamp behind you? I want one.
My girlfriend got us it, so I'll ask
damn it.
her.
All right.
I'll ask her. But I'm a big fan of the jellyfish lamp. I've had loads of people ask if they're real jellyfish now, which I don't know. Half of them I think are taking the piss, and then the other half, like, I think are serious, because there's even people like
Well,
like
how do they work?
So like this is the thing, right? So that's water, right?
Yeah.
Like, so you get this like filled, like empty, and you get those little like jellyfish like plastic things, and then you put the water in, like you fill it up yourself, put a couple of drops of like dishwashing, like dish like what dish soap, and then like once you pour it on, like there's a light at the bottom and like a motor or whatever, or pump rather. So like it's pumping water up, that's making it like circulate.
Okay.
And there's a light at the bottom, so like, and then you've got a remote that can like, so like.
So the jellyfish themselves, they have, there's nothing moving in them. They're just being pushed around. All right,
Yeah.
Haz is back. We're gonna get back to this. So I'm just gonna restate the question. Haz, I don't know if you can hear me yet.
I can hear you.
You're good? Brilliant. Okay. So again, please comment upon the argument that veganism is required to sustain the environment for humanity. Who would like to go first?
I will if
Please.
there's no objection. Okay, sure. Yeah, I don't think it is. There's two things, right? First, to say it's necessary means it's necessary from the perspective of some kind of subjective agent. Well, the first problem with that is that you're including in your necessity something that may not necessarily be possible. For example, the commitment human beings have in this world to eating meat is not simply a result of a deficient ethical or moral system on their part, but could itself be somehow part of our objective reality, changing our very notion of necessity. The necessity implies that we can actually force people or convince people to stop eating meat, but that is not necessarily true. It's not necessarily true you can convince everyone to stop eating meat, so you have to change the object, you have to change the content of what your necessity is based on the necessities of, based on being, based on reality. Now, the second thing is that I actually don't believe it's true. I'm going to do three things. The second thing is that I don't believe it's necessarily true that meat consumption has to end in order to stop climate change. Maybe there's a level of wasteful meat production that's harmful to the environment that has to be curbed down. But I don't think it implies anything about stopping climate change. The third thing is that there's an assumption that climate change can even be stopped. And I actually don't think that much is very clear. I don't know if we can stop climate change. I'm not really inclined to believe we can stop it. I think we're entering a new era in which humanity will have to adjust to this new reality and reconcile itself with the way it which has, in a way that it did not choose to or will to, changed the world. So I believe in a deeper reconciliation of this fact of having changed the world in a way we didn't expect or know, as something actually which will turn out to be rational. So that's my 3 points.
Okay, Lewis.
Yeah. So could you just do us a favor, just restate the question so that I make sure that I can answer it concisely. I do my best to anyway.
Yeah, no worries. Sure. Comment upon the argument that, leaving aside the issue of the consciousness of animals and all that ethical stuff, veganism is required to preserve the environment for human beings.
Okay. So obviously I do think animal lives matter and so on. And I do think that all behavior is malleable from an existentialist position. In theory, everything can change about the way we act. We can radically reinvent ourselves and change the way we act in our relationship with nature, specifically energy production and food production. With animal agriculture, there is a real big issue in terms of deforestation, primarily, and also the production of methane. So what we have is a relationship in which we need to radically reduce meat consumption, meat, dairy, and egg consumption in order to save our planet. And I mean, that would mean taking away the number one cause of deforestation, for example, which is animal agriculture. It would also mean taking away the number one cause of ocean dead zones, which is animal agriculture. It would mean taking away the number one cause of ocean plastics, the number one cause of river pollution. So and then also 28% of greenhouse gas emissions, and that was a study done by Oxford. And also 70% of our land use is coming from animal agriculture. So in terms of animal agriculture's environmental impacts, even towards the human habitat, it is profound. We need to reimagine our relationship with our food supply and move towards a plant-based diet, even for a matter of self-preservation. And then to add to that, we haven't even considered the risk of zoonotic diseases, which are a massive existential threat. COVID-19 being only a tiny, shitty little, like really flu compared to what can happen when we look at things like Ebola, or when we look at things like even H1N1 and H5N1. These flus would have been absolutely devastating had they had the virulency. There would have been a massive existential threat for our own survival. And then even in terms of how we treat others, if we look at something like the slaughterhouse is indicative of an environment which is unsuitable for human engagement. It is a house of horrors, and individuals come out with what is called PITS disorder, perpetration-induced traumatic stress. This is a manifestation of trauma. People have feelings of disintegration, feelings of paranoia, drug addiction, alcohol abuse, and are much more likely to engage in domestic violence and violence against other humans as well, which is documented pretty clearly in the point that we can actually show that arrests
Isn't
and
this beyond the question?
well, it's anthropomorphic value, isn't it, in relation to animal agriculture? So
It was about the environment.
Okay, hang on. Try to wrap it up, Lewis, and then we'll move on to final statements.
So in terms of the size of a slaughterhouse facility, we can actually map on domestic violence and violence as a whole to the size of the facility. So if you care about humans and you want to protect us against habitat destruction and even protect us against ourselves from the production of zoonotic disease and even manifesting violence, then yeah, go plant-based.
Good argument.
I've got evidence of you.
I mean, no, you said a lot of things, but like the idea that you want to stop domestic violence more, dude, the reason why we have domestic violence, the reason why the harm toward animals evokes feelings of domestic violence is because of a more underlying problem in the first place. It doesn't necessarily follow that, factory farms and slaughterhouses will lead to domestic violence. It's just that they do that given the current circumstances of the relationship between men and women in our society. Like, what you're saying is like really stupid.
Well, actually, the authors posit the fact that women and children are usually seen as vulnerable as are animals. So the relationship between vulnerability is what is producing the domestic violence.
Yeah, well, it's a cycle. Well, that state of vulnerability that women and children are in is also societal. It's also resulting from the fact that women and children are not given adequate protection in our society. And also the fact that women and children are women in particular are objects of male violence, and it's a more deeper problem than just animals.
Oh, I agree. It's a much deeper problem overall societally, but I think that it's certainly feeding into a problem. And also the vulnerability that is manifest in children is probably not something that we could just miraculously change.
No, I'm not even saying you can change it for women. Well, no, women are weaker than men. I'm not even saying you can change it for women. I'm just saying that the violence against women in particular doesn't simply follow from seeing animals being killed. It follows from seeing animals being killed plus a society with a specific relationship between men and women.
But that's also only the manifestation of that aggression. That's the way it's sublimating. So it would sublimate in a self-destructive way regardless, which is why the ones who don't commit
domestic violence... How can you prove
violence,
that? You can't prove that.
Because many of them report feelings of disintegration, insomnia, alcoholism, drug abuse, much higher conviction rates. So it manifests itself and sublimates in various different ways. Depending on
I can't check the studies and data, so I'm just going to assume it's correct. That's what I usually do when I can't verify a source. But even if we assume that's correct, it doesn't actually follow that is the true cause.
Well, I mean, you can go into... I've got a video on it. It's called Working in Hell. You can go and have a look.
Okay, well, I think you should read Hegel before you recommend me videos.
All right, we're going to call it now. We're at 2 hours and 41 minutes, and I believe the Taliban are about to take Kabul. So I'll let you guys take 3 minutes each to make your final statements, and then we'll call it a night. Sound good?
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Haz, would you like to go first?
No, he can go first.
All right, Lewis?
Yeah, sure. So what has demonstrated in this argument is his like ignorance, to be entirely honest with you. He actually gave a better position in his first debate, which was essentially that the separation between animals and humans was one of epistemological difference, not ontological difference. In this debate, he's trying to make the ontological difference, which Hegel outright denies. He hasn't answered any of the questions I raised about ideology and why we are abstracting man to the form of consciousness, which is definitely against the Hegelian notion, at least from the perspective of someone who understands the system and not reading through the lens of what Hegel himself thought. So, yeah, I've answered all of these questions. And I think now we just have to ask ourselves, what is the foundation of value in reality? Is it the notion of humanity? Is it is it a form of self-righteous consideration of something that is the form of Adam that is being bestowed upon us by man, or some sort of abstracted rational agent in a Kantian sense? Or is it something which is sensitive? Is it that the intellective capacities of a rational agent are based upon reflecting upon the sensitive nature of experience? We gain information which is good or bad imminently from reality. That information is what consciousness is, and that information exists in animals. And so when we do not consider that information, we are committing a philosophical failure. We are not considering what is actually right and what is actually valuable. We are considering what we want to be right and what we want to be valuable.
All right, thank you, Haz.
Yeah, I didn't catch all of that because I was ordering chicken shawarma sandwiches. I'm really hungry, but anyway, I'll conclude it with this. So I left the last debate. Last debate, I was really tired, and I didn't quite know for certain whether perspective philosophy actually understood Hegel or not. So, in this debate, I actually wanted to take the opportunity to grill him and see if he actually could prove he knows what he's talking about. I have 100% confidence beyond any reasonable doubt whatsoever that perspective philosophy derives his understanding of Hegel entirely from his ass. And not only does he know nothing about Hegel, he also proved he doesn't know anything about Lacan and things like materialism and Marxism and a host of other subjects. Lewis says he's responded to all of my questions and I haven't responded to any of his, but the exact opposite is literally true. And I think anyone who reviews this debate in good faith will see that I did make a good effort to try and actually pin Lewis down and ask him concrete, simple questions, which he just dilly-dallied and danced around without ever directly addressing anything I raised. None of the points I raised were addressed by him or even acknowledged. He has a proclivity to go into tangents about completely irrelevant things that are meant to confuse the audience as well as me. I wasn't impressed by it. I can clearly map and trace through the course of receiving his arguments that A does not follow B, and that what the tangents he goes on are in no way connected to the actual underlying points that were under contention. So in conclusion, I think it's a pretty one-sided debate. I got what I was looking for. I've exposed perspective philosophy as a fake Hegelian, especially when he actually admitted that he doesn't actually think that Hegel believes in the unity of being and thought. And I think I've gotten more than I wanted to do, because all I wanted to do here was prove that perspective philosophy was a fake Hegelian who doesn't know shit about Hegel. But I also proved that he also doesn't know shit about Lacan either. So that was a freebie, you know? Yeah, I think, you know, I'm pretty satisfied with the result. I was pretty well rested, pretty alert today, unlike last time. So, yeah, I'm satisfied. I got what I wanted.
Just to quickly say, I definitely didn't say that Hegel said that being wasn't
We had the
thought.
chance to
Says that
argue
all
it
there is.
before.
Says all there
Oh,
is.
your closing. You already had your closing statement, so.
Oh no, there is the thinking thing.
You already gave your closing statement.
And also, you never answered the infinite.
As is correct,
question.
unfortunately. These were closing statements.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
We can if you guys want to do a rematch, give me a week or two so I can not die of blood clots, but we'll arrange that. But for now we're done. So thanks everybody for participating, and take care. Thank you again to audience questioners as well. Thank you, Haz. Thank you, Lewis. Have a good night.
Bye-bye. Oh shit. Lol. Omega lol. Okay, guys, that was the win I was looking for, okay? That now I'm satisfied. I wasn't satisfied last time. I'm satisfied now. That was the win I was looking for. You know? I was satisfied. I was very satisfied with the result. I was satisfied with my performance. I was satisfied with how it went. And it is what it is, you know? It's what I came to look for something and I got what I wanted. You know what I'm saying? Got what I was looking for, okay? Damn, I got what I was looking for. Got what I was looking for. Damn. Damn, I feel good. I felt guilty, dude. I was like, damn, I was hyping it up. I didn't do as well as I wanted to. Now, after today, I'm satisfied with it. Okay? I'm satisfied with the end. BTFO! 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 You know what I'm saying? Like, and I got energy, you know? That's what it is, energy. I'm well rested today. I'm well rested today. Got what I need. Say he's just my mic. Oh yeah, my Windows settings fucked up. Hold on. Sound. My mic settings are fucked up right now. I'll fix it. Device properties. Oh wait, they're actually fine. Volume 50. Is my mic good? Good? Fixed. Guys, what's your question? Fucking quote. Fuck you, bitch.
Oh, get ragged.
All right, is he still here?
Another
Has?
fucking quote.
Okay,
Another
Lewis, finish your
fucking
thought, please,
quote.
concisely, and then we're going to let Haz respond.
Fucking quote. Fuck you, bitch.
Oh, get ragged.
Dude, every time when he said I want to do another quote, I got mad because he's fucking wasting time. And every time he wastes time, I forget about what I want to say. Like when he wastes time, I forget about the thing I wanted to say. That's why I was getting so mad. Like, oh, another quote. No, dude, we don't need another fucking quote. Holy shit. Jesus fucking Christ. We do not need another quote. Like, holy fuck. And you say he's just a... Okay. That's all I wanted to do. That's all I wanted to do. I got what I needed. I got what I came for. I came to kick ass and chew bubblegum, and I didn't have any bubblegum. And I literally did order chicken shawarma. Do you think he's read it and didn't get it or didn't read it? I think he was taught it by a teacher in school who didn't understand it. So like he probably didn't directly read everything. But even if he did, he didn't understand it. I think he should go read it again. Is PP representative of the academic mainstream of Hegel? No, he's not. He's not. He's literally just a dogmatic vegan who's trying to use Hegel to justify his ideological cult. You got what I need, but you say he's just a friend. Say he's just a friend. Oh, baby, you got what I need.
At the point of absolute spirit, if you were to say like, what matters more, a chicken or a baby, they're equal in value.
Okay, so how Oh man.
You're no good, can't you see, brother?
We're gonna do a longer stream tonight. I didn't work out yet. I didn't work out yet, but we're gonna stream for like 4 more hours or something. We're gonna stream for a lot longer. I'm gonna have a long stream today. At least 6 hour stream, you know? So don't worry about that. You think you went a little bit too far when you tried to root Lewis's interpretation as similar to fascism? No, I don't. He's not a fascist. Obviously, he's not a fascist. It's just that his understanding of Hegel seems to be like the same as the fascist understanding. The issue is actualism. This kind of voluntaristic view is like, it's just an irony. He's not a fascist, okay? He's not a fascist. It's just an irony I wanted to point out. And it's an irony that makes sense to me. I do think veganism is ultimately fascist. I do think that. But I don't think he's a fascist personally. Isn't believing in objective morality No. Okay. I didn't call him fascist for no reason, dude. I didn't say his argument was fascist for no reason. It's literally because it mirrors the actualism of Giovanni Gentile, who is a fascist scholar of Hegel and founded the doctrine of fascism or whatever. Why is veganism fascist? Because it attempts to mediate our relationship to the world in a very similar way to fascism. I mean, I kind of believe in objective morality too. Obviously, morality is objective. Would you debate him again? Yeah, possibly. If he wants to. If he wants to. Morality is historical. You don't think history is objective? Would you debate him on Marx? Yes, but I don't think Marx is his like forte. He's like mainly a Hegelian, right? Benign, what's your question? There's only one history, there is not one morality. So how is morality conditioned by history? Insofar as it's relevant, yes, there is only one morality, as relevant to one historical totality. Yeah. In the same way there's one history, there's one morality. To the extent of one is the extent of the other.
To give you a quote from
Cap Gripper, thank you so much, dude. Appreciate it a lot. Appreciate you, man. Thank you. Thank you. What is Benign's question? I asked her to fucking ask it. What is it? You posted it? Didn't the mods seem really biased? Not really. I think the mod was fine. They didn't seem that biased. They don't share the same morality, despite that morality being dependent on their historical position. No, the morality is the same. Insofar as they possess a shared history, they have a same objective morality. Now, the way they give expression to that morality is a different question, but it's... What do you think of President Sunday? He's cool. No issue with him. Okay, let me look at this. Dude, it's like when I'm not tired, my patience is thin. When I'm tired, it seems like I'm very patient, but that's just because I'm not even paying attention because I'm too tired. How could people who never contacted each other have a shared morality? Well, they don't have a shared history then. Pick one or the other.
To give you a quote from this, if it would maybe help.
Fuck the fuck out of here. Fucking quote. Fuck you, bitch.
Oh, get ragged.
All right, is he still here?
Another
Has?
fucking quote.
Okay,
Another
Lewis, finish your thought,
fucking
please,
quote.
concisely, and then we're going to let Haz respond.
So essence is reflection for Hegel. So the positing of an essence is actually the movement in self-consciousness, but the grounding of essence is the foundation in the concrete existence which exists in.
I'm gonna admit something right now, today, my body does not look that good. My body is not looking good, and it's because of those fucking pot gummies. It is not looking that good. Give me like a week, I'll fix it. Give me like a week. Give me like a week, I'll fix it. Brother Louie. Am I cutting? Not really. I'm hungry now. I'm hungry as fuck. Brother Louie. Oh, send him to me. Oh, let it Louie. He's undercover. What's going on in Iraq? Lol. Based Biden? Look at this. 1 more year or 5 more years of U.S. military presence would have not made a difference if the Afghan military cannot or will not hold its own country. Wow. The thought. An endless American presence in the middle of another country's civil conflict was not accepted to me. Lol. Based. So guys, Red Charlotte got back to me, and I think she's just going to message me when she can debate. It's not going to be today, I don't think. But whenever she's available, she'll just message me. Brother Louie. Oh, sending to me. Oh, let it Louie. She's undercover. Brother Louie. Oh, send him to me. We're going to check the Reddit, but guys, the Reddit's been boring lately. Can you guys stop making the Reddit boring? What's going on in Iraq? Check the Reddit. What? No fucking way. U.S. intelligence agencies who just said 4 days ago that Kabul could fall in 90 days have revised the figure to 72 hours? No fucking way. Kabul's gonna fall in 3 days? Even I didn't think that. Even I have assumed that there's gonna be a civil war. It's gonna fall in 3 days? They're fighting now. Damn! The Taliban really got this in the bag. The Taliban really got this. We're going to check. I think it's happening right now. Yeah, I have a prediction. Shit is gonna hit the fan. This is gonna be World War III. Afghanistan is the center of the world. That's where the great game for Central Asia is gonna begin. Now, am I the only one who really doubts that Afghanistan is not gonna have implications for the Central Asian republics and for Xinjiang? Because I think there will be implications. Afghanistan's a very important country in this world. And we react to the news live. As long as it's not TOS, we can. Louis. Wow, Biden administration prepares for the collapse of Kabul. This was 4 hours ago. Taliban are 7 miles from Kabul 7 hours ago.
It's miles
Situation.
government.
This proposal from the Taliban.
We
Right now it's fine. They call for people.
radio.
Scared.
Taliban is fighting in my era. If they find me, I will not. This is my
Inexorable advance. It's almost unheard of to see this number of Afghan special forces in one place at one time.
China signed a trade deal. I'm talking about the long term. New Kabul will have a Chinese, Persian, and Russian quarter. Really? Should China step in? No. Obviously not.
They're regrouping in Kabul. They're well trained and heavily armed. Together, they're a formidable
I just think you should be vigilant.
force. But they're desperately needed in the capital. The Taliban are just miles away now. Steadily, the British and American soldiers, and crucially their equipment, are arriving at Kabul. Transporter planes land. Tightening security, the government held hours of talks discussing a Taliban offer of a secret.
Rejected previous proposals that latest proposed for Kabul.
All they wanted was peace, and some said they'd accept the Taliban, especially if they showed they had changed.
Right now it's fine. The people is good with them. They said everyone can go to school, the girls, the boys. Life is normal, but in the future we don't know.
Right.
Yes, but recently life has become difficult for people. People worried about how the way Taliban treat us before and now. It's a little different.
The question is, can you trust them to be nice?
Well, we just want peace.
But the early indicators of a reformed Taliban aren't looking good. In Kandahar, they've taken over the radio station. It's now Sharia radio. Women know they'll suffer the most. Only a few are so defiant.
Are you scared now about...
I'm not scared. If I'm a girl, I know that Taliban is fighting in Maidan Shahar. That's the entry gate of Kabul. They are here. I'm not afraid of them. We are not the people who will, go back to the dark era. I'm a girl and I don't care about anyone. Not Pakistan, not America, nobody is. I'm here even today. If they kill me, if they identify me, I will not care about them. I will not care about them. What should I be scared of? This is my homeland, my land.
Change is coming here now, whatever the president says. The Taliban's inexorable advance on Kabul is almost complete. The coalition forces will likely...
I hope it turns out well. I really hope they have changed. I really hope they have. If they haven't, it's going to be bad news for Afghanistan. They haven't? I don't know. I feel like they're more modern now, like they're more like a national movement rather than, they're not like ISIS or whatever, right? There will be so many deaths. Yeah. I don't know. I think they've changed. I think they're trying to show the world that they've changed.
The Biden administration is preparing for the fall of Kabul. CBS News has confirmed that all U.S. Embassy employees, except a small handful of key personnel, are expected to be evacuated in the next 72 hours. The remaining employees will include diplomatic security, top decision makers, including the ambassador, and several security engineers responsible for destroying hard drives and other embassy electronics. It's part of the Biden administration's plans to remove all American diplomatic presence from Afghanistan. The decision comes as the Taliban is rapidly gaining ground on its march toward the country's largest.
What happened to Donbass? It's still happening, I think. Pretty sure. Germany said if they do bad shit, they will stop sending money. So 400 million till 2024. Yeah, we'll see.
City. The rest of the embassy staff, along with local employees and families, are set to be taken to Karzai International Airport, where a makeshift embassy will continue processing visas ahead of the evacuation. In the meantime, there is news that the Taliban has claimed.
I feel like I look Afghan. Do I look like I'm from Afghanistan? I feel like I kind of look Afghan. What do you guys think? I feel like I could pass as Afghan. I could pass as Afghan. Why not? Lewis said that because you're an ML, you come from a tradition where you talk over people and strawman them with fake intellectualism. Okay, he's coping, okay? Let him cope. Poor guy. Let him cope in his own stream, okay? We're on our own stream now. We're done with him. I could see myself as Afghan, just like chilling in the mountains and stuff. Like if you saw like an Afghan guy in the mountains and he had this beard and he had this face, would you second guess it? Would you say, oh, he can't be Afghan? Perspective philosophy calling you insecure on stream. Okay, let him talk. What does he want to talk more? He can get in VC if he wants. I got what I wanted, okay? I could pass as Afghan. Hair too light. You've never seen dude, Afghans have this hair. They do. Afghans have a lot of Afghans have colored eyes and have dude, you haven't seen enough Afghans. You haven't seen enough. Afghan people are not dark-haired. Well, not all of them, but a lot of them are. Yeah, my beard is red. Did you guys know I have redness in my beard? I do have redness in my beard. Yeah. I could pass as Afghan, dude. I could.
Another major city, Mazar-e Sharif.
I feel like I could be a mullah. Like Mullah Haz. I could pass as that shit, dude. I could live as that, dude. I could just be like a guy who lives on a mountain and shit. Just chilling, minding my own business. I could do that, man. I could live that life. Where's the red? I don't know. You have to see it in real life. Guys, dude. It's so weird, dude. You know what's weird? I feel like when people convert to Islam, it changes how they look. And they just like, it's just a different like vibe and different look, you know? Have you seen the city of Herat? One beautiful oasis city. It looks cool. I mean beard? No, like I'm saying like over time. I'm saying over time, like over the course. Because like think about it, dude. Turks and Greeks do look kind of different. Like I could tell someone's Turkish from Greek, even though they're like the same people. Turks and Greeks come from the same people. And yet Turks look different. It's called Noor, sad you lost it. The fuck are you talking about? What did I lose, bitch?
Afghanistan's president, Ashraf Ghani, is clinging to power despite growing calls for his resignation. He says he is working with local.
I lost my deen. When did I have my deen, huh? When I was fucking 12, and I would lie to people saying I eat halal food. Then I snuck and ate fucking chicken nuggets that were not halal in the fridge because I was just feeling satanic. I would virtue signal, yeah, I eat only halal food. Because I lived in a place where there's no halal food. So all I could eat was fucking fish. And then there was some chicken McNuggets in the fridge. And the devil's temptation came over. Like, you know, motherfucker, I want those nuggets, man. I ate the nuggets. And then I stopped. Then everyone found out. And they were like, you don't eat halal. And I stopped eating halal food. What about now? I don't give a shit about halal now. I don't give a fuck. Just won't eat pork. And it's honestly cultural. I don't eat pork because it's weird to me. It's like, I don't know. Guys, I saw this Twitter thread and it was like, let me show you guys something scary. Holy fuck. Let me show you something scary. I saw this Twitter thread that was like, animals are human mutations. Animals are human mutations. And I was like, what? And then they gave two examples that I think I believe it now. So I don't think it's true for all animals, but pigs and elephants, I think were like, they resulted from humans mutating. Now let me show you something. Did you know this? This is so scary. This is an elephant's foot. Look at it. This is the bone. And this isn't even the... It's literally like a person trapped inside. Did you know this? This is like high heels. This is literally like high heels. Dude, you're going to tell me that elephants aren't the result of human evolution? Dude, everything we know about fucking evolution is fucking wrong, dude. I actually do believe that elephants and pigs are descendants from people punished by God or something. This is not fake. I looked it up. It's not fake. It's not fake. It's not fake. And pigs, dude, pigs are so weirdly similar to us. Monkeys too, probably, or apes. Chimpanzees are probably like a cursed human tribe that was exiled from fucking ancient, the Noah's Ark or some shit. Did you guys know this? How are pigs similar? Dude, look at a pig's eyes. Look at a pig's eyes, dude. Let me show you this. Just look at a pig. This is a pig. What the fuck? There's transplants between pig organs and human organs. Did you know that? Pigs are very similar to humans. Their skin is very similar. People tattoo on pigs to fucking experiment. Pigs are weirdly too smart. What's up with that? They're smart. They use them for heart surgery. Just think about it, dude. Think about it. Let me show you this. Think about it. Think about it. Think about it. This looks like, dude, look at its hands. Look at its fucking hands, dude. These came from humans. These came from humans. Think about it. Look at its hands, dude. This motherfucker, look at its face. It looks like a chimpanzee. It's got the eyes, the ears. It's got a cartilage mouth. That motherfucker's smiling. This is the descent, dude. Yeah. 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 What the fuck? Whale hands. What the fuck? These are literally whale hands. Whales literally is the same thing. It's the same shit, dude. These are all lost human tribes that evolved for being separate for too long. Damn. Look. You don't believe me? Look at this. Explain. Okay, scientists, explain that. Okay, I believe in Darwin evolution. Okay, then explain this. Go ahead, explain it. I'm waiting. Explain this. Explain this. No, we didn't evolve from a... Yeah, the common ancestor is fucking Adam or something. It's a human. Humans gave birth to all of fucking animals in the mammalian world. Animals became from human. This is a human and a tiger. So let me ask you a question. Can I ask you a question, chat? Let's say a guy goes and lives in the forest and he just starts like being savage and shit. And he just like starts adapting to his environment. And then he brings a woman with him and they have a baby. And they keep doing that shit, living in that forest, adapting to it. Eventually, they're going to change. Eventually, how they look will change. Yeah? Eventually, how they look will change. And am I allowed to show skeletons, like a human skeleton drawing? Or is that not allowed on Twitch? Skeleton drawings are allowed, right? It's a drawing. It's not a real one. It's allowed? Okay. Let me check. Let me show you guys this. Think about it. This used to be human. It's the same thing. It just like, it used to stand up and then it grew a tail and it went on its legs. And its head turned weird. And this is the product of millions of years. Hold on. One second. My food got here. Oh, yeah? It's a liberal world order. What's the common ancestor, huh? You're going to tell me humans are so unique that we're not the common ancestor ourselves? A shrew. So you think everything came from a fucking mouse? Get the fuck out of here. You're saying it all came from a mouse. Humans aren't unique. Everyone, I wish there was a dunce cap for chatters who say dumb shit. Humans aren't unique? Really? Then go get your dog to type in this chat, dumbass. All I know, let me show you guys something. Let me show y'all something. They're trying to hide. They're trying to hide this shit. But I found out. Look at this. That's a real photo. That's a real photo. There's all sorts of species they're trying to hide. Let me show you something else. They don't want you to know about this shit. That's the thing. Oh, I believe in evolution. And explain this. They found this. They found this. I was sent a video. They found this. Sec. This is what perspective philosophy thinks we're going to become, and we must become. Perspective philosophy thinks that, according to Hegel, we must become this. If you listen to perspective philosophy, your grandchildren will look like this. Trust me. They don't want you to know about this. Y'all don't know the truth. You think you know the truth, right? Let me show you something. I'm gonna show you something. Your perspective will be changed. Yeah, keep laughing. You keep laughing, right? Keep laughing. Y'all think you got the full story, right? I can't show this shit. I can't show this shit. Wish they would put clothes on the
leaders and international partners to prevent further instability, violence, and displacement of the Afghan people. U.S. Marines and soldiers are starting to arrive in Kabul. Roughly 3,000 troops are being deployed to the capital in an effort to secure and remove American diplomats and key personnel from the region. The Taliban seized control of Afghanistan's second and third largest cities, Kandahar and Herat, earlier this week. They are now pressing toward the capital of Kabul. The militant group's reign covers roughly 2/3 of the country. U.S. defense officials fear it could be just a matter of days before Kabul is taken. CBS News foreign correspondent Roxana Saberi is.
I hate my fucking beard. I can't eat anything, man. I don't want to shave it because I'll fuck it up. I need to go to the barber and have him professionally do it.
Is on the ground in the capital with more.
As the Taliban take territory, they also gain strength, replenishing their ranks with Taliban prisoners they free along the way, and seizing the spoils of war left behind by retreating Afghan forces trained by the U.S. Pentagon spokesman John Kirby.
We are always worried about U.S. equipment that could fall into an adversary's hands.
Those adversaries now control more than 2/3 of the country. Yesterday, they captured the capital of Helmand province, where U.S. troops once fought some of their bloodiest battles. Now the Taliban are eyeing what's essentially the Afghan government's last stand. For now, daily life here in the capital, Kabul, appears to be carrying on more or less as usual. But many people here fear this way of life could soon come to an end.
Freedom, equality, and the woman rights, all of these things are the issues with everyone is concerned about that.
They're killing women who were born and raised here. What about me?
Banafsha Rahimi says her family will stay in Afghanistan. But as a woman who studied on an American scholarship, she needs to flee. You're afraid of being killed if the Taliban come here?
Yeah, I'm afraid of being killed. I'm like totally sure that I will not survive here.
Thousands of Afghans are already escaping, many lining up at Kabul's airport. This video appears to confirm fears of the insurgents' brutality, with the Taliban fighter counting 14 bodies of men executed for fighting back.
Roxana Saberi joins us.
Fuck this sandwich, man. I just want to finish it, man. It fucking falls apart. It's falling all over, man. So insulting. I fucking paid money for this, man. Why, so it could fall on the floor? Fuck, man. I gotta put it on a plate and eat it with fucking forks and shit now, man.
Now for more. Roxana, thank you for taking the time to chat with us. Taliban forces are quickly closing in on the capital city of Kabul. What more can you tell us about the Taliban's latest gains? Because they've been alarmingly fast, according to some officials, right?
They have been moving at stunning speed, Tom. We know that they have captured at least 21 major cities in Afghanistan in just over the past week, since last week on Friday. 3 of those fell just today. That's over half of the provincial capitals of this country. And that's the one that they've captured that's closest to Kabul, where we are, is only 50 miles away. There's heavy fighting taking place in another provincial capital, only 30 miles from where we are here in Kabul, Tom.
And, you know, that speed has shocked a lot of national security officials, you know, and officials for the U.S. government. Looking at the Afghanistan government, Afghan President Ashraf Ghani has vowed to fight back against the Taliban as they push closer to Kabul. What are they saying about the Taliban's latest victories, though?
Yeah, that's right. President Ashraf Ghani made his first public comments since the Taliban made its recent gains in the past several days. He gave a televised speech, and as you said, he vowed to keep fighting. He called for remobilization of Afghan security forces, and he showed no signs of giving up despite all of these defeats across the country. And we have to tell you, Tom, we've seen city after city.
Why are they still, what do they expect? Why are they still fighting?
Falling to the Taliban in these past few days. And some of these U.S. trained security troops have actually surrendered without a fight. Oftentimes they've been leaving behind military equipment. We've seen videos of Humvees, of bases, military bases that the Taliban have seized from those retreating troops. We've also seen a lot of videos on social media of celebrations by the Taliban. Tom.
And these are military forces that the U.S. spent nearly 2 decades trying to build up. As you mentioned, those forces are collapsing, and in your piece, people are clearly scared in the country's capital. Is that a surprise that these military groups are collapsing to the people there?
The people we've talked to said the ones we've spoken to said they're very disappointed. They're very surprised. They didn't think that the Taliban would be able to take these cities at such a fast and rapid speed. Many of them are afraid of what the future might hold. Those who can leave, some of them have been leaving, many of them through the Kabul airport, if they can catch a flight. Others want to leave but don't know how. And
the governors made a deal with them? Wouldn't surprise me.
still others tell us they just feel resigned to the return of Taliban rule here in Kabul. But they are concerned especially about losing those rights that they've gained in the past 20 years since the Taliban had been overthrown by the U.S. invading forces. They don't want to lose their democracy, their human rights, the women.
I'm going to tell you what Ezra told me about what Chinese people are saying. So Ezra told me that in China, Chinese netizens are like super pro Taliban. Like they're really, they don't even care about the Islamic. They don't care. They're really like rooting for the Taliban in China. That's what he told me. Ezra told me that in China, people are making comparisons to like Mao's encirclement of the cities. Why? I think, and this is what I asked Ezra, and he confirmed it. It's because they see the Taliban as like like a national popular force, like the PLA. You know, they just it evokes that kind of thing for them. You know, yeah, it's like a peasant thing. You know, that's where they're looking at it from. Super interesting.
Women's rights that they've gained, especially women, tell us.
Thank you, Granddad Christmas.
Infra 8 SUNGORILLA. Infra 8 SUNGORILLA.
A lot of resources. Yeah, I'm saying just netizens, like in Chinese netizens, like just people who are just like watching what's going on.
That they're concerned about not being able to study anymore, to work anymore. And there are also a lot of young people who don't remember Taliban rule, and they are particularly concerned about the future, Tom.
Obviously, a very tense and dangerous situation unfolding there. Give us a sense of the timeline. Is there a feeling on the ground of when the fight could reach the capital where you are?
Okay, we got 1 hour ago, breaking news.
Good evening. President Biden today
slowing. They now control more than half of the country's major cities and are battling relentlessly for those that remain in government hands. But in the inside escape.
Good evening. President Biden today
capital about.
I can show it up to this.
Good evening. President Biden today defended his decision to withdraw U.S. forces from Afghanistan, saying he would not pass America's longest war to a fifth president. He also raised the number of U.S. troops deployed to evacuate Americans to roughly 5,000. This as the Afghan army, trained and financed by the U.S., collapses. Cities and places that have become familiar, including
Now, what ethnic group hates the Taliban? There's a specific group that doesn't like the Taliban. Where are they located? Probably here, right? What is it? Which one is it? One of the ethnic groups is really against the Taliban. The North. That's not the case anymore. Turkmen? Hazara. Is it that Hazara or Pashtun? I thought they had support among the Pashtuns. It's the Hazara and the Turkmen, and then the Uzbeks. They're in the north. Pashtun support them. So does this map have like a ethnic aspect to it? Like, are these areas ethnic strongholds of anti-Taliban people? No. There's no, like, rhyme or rhythm. Uzbeks and Tajiks don't like them. And they're probably, where is it? Tajikistan. It's a city and rule thing.
Kunduz, Kandahar, and now Mazar-e Sharif have fallen.
The blue areas are where the Hazara are.
Like dominoes as Taliban forces sweep toward Kabul. CBS's Roxana Saberi is in the Afghan capital tonight. Roxana, good evening.
Good evening, Adriana.
Right here is about where I have to.
As the U.S. and other nations race to evacuate their citizens, heavy fighting has reached the outskirts of the capital, about 30 miles from here. Afghanistan shows no signs of slowing. They now control more than half of the country's major cities and are
The Afghan government are also anti-Hazara, really?
battling relentlessly for those that remain in government hands. Today, for the first time since the Taliban's recent victories, Afghan President Ashraf Ghani gave a televised address to the nation, calling on Afghan forces to keep fighting. But in city after city, those U.S. trained troops are surrendering to the insurgents, sometimes without a fight, leaving behind military equipment like helicopters and Humvees. As the Taliban celebrate, the mood on the streets of Kabul is tense. Those who can escape are making a run for the airport. Others here
Wish I could marry. Huffley, what are you saying, dude?
seem resigned to a return to Taliban rule.
We will face an unknown future.
You face an unknown future.
Yeah.
What will happen if the Taliban come? Will you stay in Kabul?
Of course, we say there is no other option.
Many Afghans tell us they're disappointed the U.S. is leaving their country, but they're angry at their own government for failing to protect them. Adriana?
So we're told. Have they captured it yet? What life is like in some cities captured by the Taliban. Holy shit. Gold. Thank you so much, man. Appreciate the raid. Thank you, man. Appreciate it, bro. Thank you. Someone raided me earlier, too. I forgot. Let me see. Oh, man. I can't see. What up, man? How you doing? How you been? How's your stream? How long did you stream for? I guess life has returned to normal. Only 10 hours? Wow, dude. The most I do is like 6. That's crazy. The most I do is like 6. A long bread line outside of a church food bank? Yeah, I've been hearing about this shit. What is this? Alright, I guess we're gonna watch some Tucker Carlson. Check this out. 24 hours stream when? Maybe I'll do one in October.
Of compassion for addiction, he says the culprit in the question of opioid addiction isn't the drug companies or Congress, but instead it is the system itself. It's capitalism. Dr. Mate joins us tonight. Doctor, thanks a lot for coming on. So we're doing a series for a week on this question, and I wanted to get at least one night with an alternative voice in here because I want to remain open-minded. And as I understand it, your contention is that drugs and alcohol, even heroin, are not inherently addictive, but they only become a problem because of the society in which they're used?
No, that's not exactly what I say. But thank you for having me, first of all, and thanks for doing this series. What I'm saying is that all drug use, and particularly opiate drug use, is about people soothing pain. These are powerful painkillers. And as a palliative care physician, for example, I was very happy to prescribe opiates to people as a way of easing their suffering.
Yes.
But these drugs don't only soothe physical pain, they also soothe emotional pain. And what I'm saying about addictions of all kinds is that they're rooted, first of all, in emotional pain, and particularly in trauma. And so the question is, what conditions traumatize people? And what conditions traumatize people are family violence, multi-generational trauma history, abusive situations in childhood, but also extraordinary stress on the parents, which leaves the children without emotional support. And as a result of what's happening in our society right now, both in your country, the US, and my country, Canada, a lot more people are getting addicted. So heroin use, as you know, in your country, has gone up 5-fold in the last 10 years.
Yes, and I think some of what you're saying is true.
It's not because the drugs are inherently addictive, but because so much more people are in pain. That's my point.
Let me ask you this question, however. If you flood a community with a physically addictive substance, and opioids, I don't think anyone disputes, are physically addictive, as is alcohol, as you know, then you're more likely to have a higher percentage of them become addicted, which is to say, if heroin or its synthetic substitutes are really cheap, why wouldn't you have more heroin addicts? Doesn't that make sense?
Well, as an American judge said very astutely, that you can no more repeal the law of supply-demand than you can repeal the law of gravity. The question is, why are so many people in so much emotional pain that they gravitate towards those solutions? And not just drugs, by the way, but also alcohol. This is killing people as well. Cigarettes are killing people much more lethally, by the way, than the opiates are. So people are addicted to gambling, to shopping, to eating, to sex. There's obesity, there's diabetes.
This must be old, because Tucker has his old, like, face where he's just like, what the fuck are you saying? No, this is what I imagine goes on in Tucker's mind with this look he has. Tucker, he's just sitting there. He's like, what? What the fuck are you talking about? Huh?
These are addictive patterns rooted in emotional pain and trauma. And if we want to deal with the question of addiction, we have to ask, what is it that's traumatizing so many people? Now, last night in your very excellent series, you talked about, was it the night before, about a county in Kentucky, one of the poorest counties in that state, where there's a lot of opiate addiction. Don't you think the poverty and the loss of jobs and the loss of hope and the loss of connection and the destruction of communities has a lot to do with why people are in pain?
Of course I do. Of course I do. And it's self-evident that that's true. I guess here's the point that I would dispute that you just made. And I think a lot of what you said is true. But not all addictions are the same in their effects, and there's a weird kind of relativism that would argue they are. So smoking is clearly bad for your health, but it doesn't cause you to neglect your children or lose your job or beat your wife, whereas other kinds of addictions do.
Yeah, Tucker's right. I think they're both right. They're both right.
And so if we can't...
No, they don't.
Yeah, that's weird. I don't know why he's saying that. Like, you could do... Someone who does crystal meth once, that's all it takes. Heroin once, that's all it takes. It'll fuck your life. And yeah, it's the drug. The drug is what does it. It's like the drug isn't like just socially constructed. Like it will have a fucking addictive effect. I think this guy would be smart if he's just like, the reason why people do turn to those drugs is because of XYZ. But yeah, the drugs are inherently bad. They definitely are.
Well, of course, heroin is a threat to an imminent threat to your life. It can make you incapable of going to work. Of course it does.
No, actually, in Vancouver, let me tell you a fact. In international studies in Germany, in Switzerland, in the UK, and in Canada, we've actually had clinics that prescribe heroin to confirmed addicts. They hold on jobs. They're good with their families, and they don't break the law. So that what creates the problem with heroin addiction is mostly the arbitrary laws that say that it's not okay to use heroin, but it's okay to kill yourself with cigarettes. And by the way, alcohol, as you know, causes a lot of violence, much more than heroin does.
Well, you're not going to hear me defending alcohol. You're not going to hear me defending alcohol ever. But I think that's just... There's a lot wrong, I think, with that comparison, but unfortunately we're out of time, but I appreciate...
That is the weirdest shit I've ever heard, dude. I've like, this is dumb. This guy's fucking dumb. Fuck. Oh, well, you could get heroin prescribed and you'll be fine. Oh my God.
Appreciate your bringing up the topic because I think it's more complex than a lot of us can see. Doctor, thanks for coming on tonight.
My pleasure. Thank you.
Hey, the Reddit's so boring today. You guys put fun stuff on the Reddit. Poppin'. I just approved more posts, so let's check these posts out. Dude, the drug is bad for you. End of story. Haas got fucking demolished. LMAO. How? You want to know the difference between me and perspective philosophy? Every single argument he made, no one in the chat even understood it. I made the best effort to like say shit that people in chat would understand. I want you to break down how I got demolished, though. Go ahead, fucking loser. Actually, Max, your name Max? Here, Max. I'm gonna ban your bitch ass because you didn't even make an argument. Here, this is what I'll give you. I want to say I got demolished. Audience, how I got them. Hey, drugs are bad, okay? Drugs are bad. Perspective philosophy was coping, saying Haas lost because he didn't quote anything. Yeah, quoting shit during a fucking debate is pathetic. You think I have all this quote material ready at hand? No. Quoting shit is not going to help anyone facilitate the debate. He quoted shit and failed to demonstrate how the quotes support his conclusions. That's what he did.
Hey folks, I'm out here in Brooklyn near Prospect Park, in that area where the fountain is, near Prospect Park, if you've ever been here. It's a nice little place out here in Brooklyn. I'm the John Brown volunteer.
Ridiculous TV, what's your question?
We're doing outreach, and I thought I might just hop on. You know, this isn't going to be a really long, complicated video. I don't have time for that. I do make a lot of content, but I just felt the need to make this video real quick because a lot of people have noticed that the mainstream left, the Jacobin crowd, the bread tubers.
I was thinking of... This really does cuck my content, I'm gonna be honest, if I fucking do this, but... I'm gonna just do it. Say fuck the law. Because there's nothing I really want to react to tonight. I don't know, I want some lazy, easy content right now, you know? I want some lazy, easy content right now. I think I need a controller. Oh, I forgot about Jubilee. Fuck it. Yeah, I forgot about that. Is it okay to have a preference of race? Oh, no! Hold up.
I gotta stretch. Stretch. We're gonna limber up.
Okay. Okay, everybody's doing it now. I'm so inflexible.
One of the hardest parts of dating.
You know why I can't watch this? Because I don't like any of them. The only thing that would keep me, like, wanting to continue watching this is if I liked one of them. At least one. And I don't. If I walked past any of these young women, I would not pay attention to them. I'll just keep walking. Sorry, gals. Let's check this out. Is it okay to have a preference in race? Ooh, spicy. Let's check it out.
Stuff in the bedroom.
Ridiculous, what's your question? Will there be round 3? He has to want it. If he wants to and messages me that that's what he wants, guess I will. God, you haven't seen them from the back yet. Actually, I know how to intuit what's going on back there from the front. I know how to do that. I can tell. I can tell from the legs and the hips, and I can just tell. I have that vision, you know what I'm saying? I can tell from the front what's going on in the back. Trust me, I can.
If race sprinkles is put into that context, what do we think of that? Like
how would race be put into the bedroom?
Use your imagination.
I have unintentionally been racist towards my partner. 3, 2, 1, go.
I've definitely been ignorant.
So we were.
I wrote it down.
So we had an argument, and I was upset.
Everyone who goes on Jubilee, there's no OG going on Jubilee, by the way. There's no, everyone who goes on Jubilee is fucking soy. Everyone who goes on Jubilee is fucking, you know what I mean? Ain't no OG going on Jubilee, promise you.
And I had previously expressed how the stereotype or the stigma on angry black men or angry black women and how that makes me feel. And so we got into an argument. I was an angry black man. But in that moment of anger, he actually called me an angry black man, which
is like the worst thing
made
to
me
say.
go crazy because that was like the one thing that I talked to him about. So that was a really bad fight, and it never happened again.
Right. I feel like, I'm strongly disagree, but I think as just a white person, I am just inherently ignorant. So I think I'm gonna move to somewhat agree. Dating a black man has completely opened my eyes more than I already thought they were open,
To be fair, you've never said anything that made me feel like, damn, she's racist,
I'm from the Bay, so it used to be in my vocabulary where I would say the N-word with the A. I would rap it. I would do just those things, but my slang in general would just tick her off. And then I became conscious of it.
Thank you, Anonymous.
And I really liked her, or I still do, of course. I love you. I started changing the way I speak. I feel like she should be over here too. She would do Asian accents.
The only time that I feel like I could be offending Asian people is when I'm mocking you when you're mocking your mother.
There it is.
So I only do the accent when he does it, making fun of his mom. Before that, I never did that, so.
Okay guys, so we're gonna do something different. This is called hot takes, and basically we had our audience submit hot takes and assumptions that they make about interracial relationships.
Oh.
They're really hot.
Oh boy.
Sex gets steamy since you are interracial.
I literally knew this was cap. I literally knew it's gonna be a strong disagree. That's a strong disagree. That's the strongest disagree ever, dude. So let me not talk about race, but let me just talk about culture, okay? So from the perspective of culture, even if I don't fuck them, I don't think I've never slept with someone of the same culture as me. Keep that in mind. Even when we don't, the fucking tension and the fucking steaminess is off the charts. When they're like, I come from the same, especially like the same country, like a Lebanese girl, it is so fucking steamy, whatever. But when I'm with like a normal American girl, it's kind of bland. I'm gonna be honest, it's a little bit bland. It's like there's like a disconnect. It's like a disconnect, you know? It's like a lack of wavelength understanding. So I knew this was gonna be strong disagree. I knew that. I literally knew that. I predicted it. Possible it's just an American girl thing. No, it's not. It's not. It really isn't. It takes a lot to like come to an understanding with someone that you're on the same wavelength. And if you come from the same culture, y'all just get it right off the bat. Right off the bat, you understand each other, you know? Latinas? Don't get me wrong, dude. I love Latinas. I love Latinas. Don't get me wrong. Don't get me wrong, dude. Don't get it twisted. Like, shit, man. 6 What's the question? But I don't know, actually. I don't know. Six Socks, what's going on? Bruh, fucking... Dude, all the girls I liked growing up were Latinas, man. That was my dream, was to have a Latina girl. That was my dream. All I would do is fucking thirst after Latina girls, dude. My whole fucking life. My whole life.
I mean, I think it adds to
I like the
appeal.
differences between us. I don't
Yeah,
know.
definitely. I mean, there's not like any weird role play or anything.
When I was in fucking high school, guys, I went on a cruise ship. Freshman year, I was on a cruise ship. And all these fine-ass Latina girls, Colombian, they were like the elite of like Brazil. And then Spanish girls like Colombia, Mexico. I only noticed them on that cruise ship. Those are the girls I was thirsting after. Those are the girls I was fucking chasing after. And that's all I cared about, man. That's all I cared about. Like, dude, that's why I became so arrogant when I came back to fucking school. Cause I was like, once those are the girls that are around you, and that's like your standard now, like, it does not compare, dude. The girls back at home did not compare to that. They just did not compare to that, dude. Did not compare. I'm like, what? I'm gonna fucking go like chase after these like boring fucking. And listen, I went to a wealthy suburban school where like there's a bunch of trophy wives. So yeah, the women fine as hell. Don't get it twisted. But it was nothing close to like those like Latina girls or whatever, the elite of the elite. Nothing close. Nothing close. Live in Michigan? It ain't bad in Michigan. It's not too bad in Michigan. It's not too bad.
But yeah, definitely, you know, makes it fun.
I will say, like, when I'm not with you, people will like be like, oh, like, I know why you're with the black guy. And it's like, that's like super disrespectful because it's like, that's like definitely like on the line of like fetishizing like a race.
There's not many sexual stereotypes about white men. But like walking down the street, especially dating an Asian woman, like I get looks from men all the time. And like, oh, like, you know, right? And like people like actually like calling me out while I'm right next to her.
My question inappropriate? What's your question? I don't know what you asked.
Racial relationships can be a fetish, and that's okay if it's love too.
Even if you love the person, you just fetishizing that person is
feel like it
good at all.
devalues
Yeah,
it.
and you're devaluing the entire community in itself.
I think there's always room for growth. So
How I lost my V card? No, it's kind of embarrassing. I don't like talking about it. Not like a fucking proud story, okay? Leave me alone, dude.
I can understand if it starts as a fetish and then along, you know, the relationship, they actually fall in love with that person and they realize that, okay, it wasn't okay for me.
No, here's what I'll fucking say. I regret it, dude. I regret it. I lost it too early, man. I regret it. I regret it. I regret it. Shit was awkward. Shit was unnatural. Shit was I just was not proud of that. Where don't sage. It's not like I fucking, you know, it was the end of the world. I was 17. I was 17, okay? Was she hot? Kinda. Like, nothing crazy, but... See, I don't even know if I can talk about it. I had a fake ID. I had a fake ID. And I would chill and like, I would go, there was a summer that I would just go to fucking bars and like, yeah. Meet a lot of people. And I got lucky one night. And it's like, that's what I was doing it for. I was doing it to lose my fucking virginity, dude. I didn't want to, I thought it was weird that I was a virgin at 17. And I was like, I gotta lose this shit or else I'm a little bitch. But all of my friends still had their virginity. But I just thought, I thought no girl would respect me if I was a virgin. So that's why, you know? Which is not true. Which is not true. Which is not true. Which is not true. Literally not true. Do not try and lose your virginity if you're a guy just for its own sake. Obviously, girls don't do that, but guys do. Guys do because, you know what? This is the truth. Guys get bullied for being virgins, so they try to lose their virginity just for its own sake. Don't do that, guys. She was not more than 4 years. No, she wasn't more than 4. Did she know you were a virgin? No, she didn't.
For me to initially just...
Was it short? Yes. Yes, dude. Yes, it was. What if she's watching right now? I do not look like the same fucking person, dude. I don't look... You saw what I look like in high school, Gaga. I don't look like the same person.
just like you based off of that.
If it's between two consenting adults, the freak stuff in the bedroom, if race sprinkles is put into that context, what do we think of that? Like, it's just in the bedroom, or is it like possible to just keep it in the bedroom?
How would race be put into the bedroom?
Use your imagination.
It doesn't even matter if you're consenting or not, it's still wrong.
Yeah.
Right? Like you want to say that stuff, you want to do that stuff because of the stereotypes you have of those people. And that doesn't.
Fuck Jubilee. Fuck Jubilee. Jubilee fucking sucks. Okay, Jubilee sucks. Let's just admit the truth. Jubilee fucking sucks. Fuck Jubilee. Jubilee's not cool. Jubilee sucks. Jubilee's shit. Jubilee's whack. Jubilee's lame. Jubilee's shit. And Jubilee just got ugly people, dude. Ain't nobody fine going on Jubilee, okay? I need some eye... If I'm doing this fucking Coomer bullshit, I need some eye candy, dude. I need something that's gonna, like, keep me focused. Okay? Let's look at Afghanistan again.
Since America's troops and the NATO allies it dragged along for the ride pulled out of Afghanistan last month after 20 years of bombing Bedouins, I'll be honest, it hasn't gone well.
And on Friday, the first city fell to the Taliban. Since then, we've seen like a domino effect, 9 other provincial capitals in rural areas falling under Taliban control.
Yep, the Taliban is going through Afghanistan faster than a dodgy curry. US intel actually thinks that Kabul might fall within 90 days, so expect that to happen by next week. In fact, some NATO countries are actually sending troops back to get their citizens out already. If you wanted a visual metaphor for America's 20 years in Afghanistan, here it is. The Taliban driving US supplied Humvees that they just took from the Afghan forces like it was their lunch money. So having achieved, and I think the technical term is all, in 2 decades, surely Washington is prepared for this. No. Here's Biden's big plan.
They've got to fight for themselves. Fight for their nation.
Nice one, Joe. That'll do it. I'm sure they caught your rallying cry on the evening news in Lashkar. These poor have been fighting their entire lives. So overall, President's response to the renewed misery of the average Afghan person is...
I do not regret my decision.
I'm sure he doesn't. He's not the one looking down the barrel of some Taliban score settling, is he?
They are dragging the dead through the streets as a warning to anyone who gets in their way.
So some reports suggest that US officials have been caught by surprise at the speed at which the Taliban has moved back in, underlining what we all kind of know already, that America in its Middle East policy has absolutely mastered the element of surprise. Unfortunately, no one told Washington that the enemy is supposed to be surprised, not them. Last year, a UN report said the Taliban was already preparing positions for when foreign troops leave, proving that age-old piece of military wisdom. If you're gonna retreat, it's probably best not to tell the enemy a couple of years in advance. This whole withdrawal has been planned since Trump.
I could win that war in a week. I just don't want to kill 10 million people.
See, could have been worse, I suppose. So some other pearls of wisdom coming from the White House include saying the Afghan government should make peace with the Taliban to avoid civil war. Too late. Apparently the White House is also pushing Pakistan to try and broker peace.
Well, Judy, I think the US has really messed it up in Afghanistan.
That's Pakistan's Prime Minister speaking for us all last month. He doesn't seem overly keen to do America's bidding. He says that Biden hasn't even called him since becoming president.
You see, first of all, they tried to look for a military solution in Afghanistan when there never was one.
Imran Khan nails it there. American diplomats have talked to the Afghans, the Pakistanis, they've been talking to China and the Russians. Hell, they even signed a deal with the Taliban last year and let a load of them out of prison. But when it comes down to it, this is what they thought would work.
We spent over $1 trillion, over 20 years. We trained and equipped with modern equipment over 300,000 Afghan forces.
How many more times will America drop all its bombs and spend trillions of dollars to win a war and be surprised when it doesn't work? A side note, here's that UN report that no one seems to have read from last year. Page 12 is interesting. It suggests Al-Qaeda is present in at least 15 Afghan provinces and is still great mates with the Taliban. Perhaps closer than ever.
Of course, Al-Qaeda will probably come back.
Britain's Defence Secretary there. Well done, everyone. Here's to the next 20 years of pointlessness.
I'm gonna run a poll. Vote in the poll, guys. Vote. 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 Brother Louie. Boot. No one is voting. You guys really want Skyrim? Give me a sec. Okay, give me a sec. I'm gonna do Skyrim. Okay. I'm gonna install it. Gotta install it. Lol. Lol. It's not even installed. It's gonna take like 2 seconds, don't worry. Brother Louie, oh, send him to me. Oh, let it Louie, he's undercover. We are at 3 gigs out of 10. It's almost done. You know why I'm scared to make Mingus? Because I have a belief. When you make a character, you will look like that character. You will like transform into that character. You will look more like that. Like not exactly like them, but like you will just become looking like that. That's why I make all of my characters like beautiful chads, because you know what I mean? That's what I do now. I make my characters good looking now because I realized the fucking truth. Okay, it's almost done. 8 gigs. What about the guys that play women? I don't know. Wouldn't be me. Okay, this is vanilla unmodded Skyrim. I'm wondering if I should mod it. Should I mod this game? The video settings been set to low. Get the fuck out of here. Ultra. Okay, we're going ultra. Okay. We're not doing fucking this bullshit. Low for Skyrim. Okay, let's play. Let's play. Alduin! What's going on? We're gonna have a cozy little thing. Hey, the graphics are pretty good, honestly.
Finally awake.
They're not bad.
Trying to cross the border, right? Walked right into that Imperial ambush, same as us, and that thief over there.
Who?
Stormcloaks. Skyrim was fine until you came along. Empire was nice and lazy. If they hadn't been looking for you, they'd have stolen that horse and been halfway to Hammerfell. You there, you and me, we shouldn't be here. It's these Stormcloaks the Empire wants. We're all brothers and sisters in binds now, thief.
Shut up back there.
What's wrong with him, huh?
Watch your tongue. You're speaking to Ulfric Stormcloak, the true High King.
The Jarl of Windhelm? You're the leader of the rebellion. But if they captured you... Oh gods, where are they taking us? I don't know where we're going, but Sovngarde awaits. No, this can't be happening. This isn't happening. Hey, what village are you from, horse thief? Why do you care? A Nord's last thoughts should be of home. Rorikstead. I'm from Rorikstead.
General Tullius, sir. The headsman is waiting.
Good.
Let's get this over with.
Sure. Mara,
This is the worst intro of any game of all time.
Divines, please help me.
Go faster, man! This takes longer than President Sunday's intros.
The military governor. And it looks like the Thalmor are with him. Damn elves. I bet they had something to do with this.
No, I'm doing vanilla Skyrim, no mods. I'm not doing any mods. Just vanilla Skyrim.
This is Helgen. I used to
As they intended for me to play it. Vanilla. As Bethesda wanted me to play.
When I was a boy, Imperial walls and towers used to make me feel so safe.
Where are they going?
To go inside the Republic.
Why? I want to watch the soldiers.
Inside the house. Now.
Yes, Papa.
Get these prisoners out of the carts. Move it!
Why are we stopping? Why do you think? End of the line. Let's go. Shouldn't keep the gods waiting for us. No, wait! We're not rebels! Face your death with some courage, thief. You've got to tell them we weren't with you! This is a mistake!
Step towards the block when we call your name. One at a time.
Empire loves their damn lists.
Fuck you, bitch!
Jarl of Windhelm. It has been an honor, Jarl Ulfric.
Ralof of Riverwood.
Alright, I'm not gonna do any hacks, but I am gonna do exploits to become like a god. Someone teach me the exploits. They're like just fucking. There's a lot of glitches and shit, and I want to do that. I want to do the glitches to make me like OP as fuck.
Anyone else feel like running?
Wait. You there. Step forward. Who are you?
I feel like this one is most like mine, right? No, it's not. This one? This one. This one's the most like mine, right? Yeah. I feel like this is me. That's me. That's me. I got, yeah, one-eyed. Yeah, this is me. Eyeshadow? People say I wear eyeshadow. People try to say I wear eyeshadow, so I guess I have to add it. Okay, brows, eyebrows. I want more bushy eyebrows. There we go. Mouth, I don't want to deal with that. Hair, finally. Facial hair, we gotta, you know what we're doing. You know what this is. You know what this is. Hair. I feel like this is good.
You're a long way from the Imperial City. What are you doing in Skyrim? Captain, what should we do? He's not on the list.
Forget the list. He goes to the block.
By your orders, Captain. I'm sorry. We'll make sure your remains are returned to Cyrodiil. Follow the captain, prisoner.
Why am I playing as an Imperial? Because what else would I be, dude? I'm either going to be a Red Guard or an Imperial. And I'm not African, so I'm an Imperial. One of those two is the only thing that makes sense. Well, what would I be, a Breton? I'm not French. What would I be, a Nord? I'm not from Scandinavia. The only option is a Mediterranean or North African. But I'm not African.
You started this war, plunged Skyrim into chaos, and now the Empire is going to
A
put you
Khajiit?
down and
If you're a
restore the
Khajiit, get the fuck out of my chat, you fucking weirdo. All you Khajiits and Argonians, you fucking ruined the game. Like, I don't know if you needed to get the fucking hint. This is supposed to be a medieval fantasy game. It's not fucking, you're not supposed to have a tail, okay? That's just like an option they give you. You're not actually supposed to do it. This is a fucking, this is like Game of Thrones. Why the fuck would you be a fucking lizard or a fucking cat furry, you fucking weirdo? Like, those are supposed to be characters in, you're not actually supposed to be those, dude. It's like a gimmick. You're not actually supposed to be that. You literally ruin the game for yourself by being a fucking Argonian or some shit. All you do is ruin the game for yourself. Like, congrats, you played yourself.
You Imperial bastards! Justice! Death to the Stormcloak!
as fearless in death as he was in life.
Is there no fucking
Next, the renegade.
there's screen tearing.
Here it is again. Did you hear that?
I said next prisoner.
To the block, prisoner. Nice and easy.
Fucking Khajiits are the worst, dude. Oh no!
Sentries.
Let me out! I want to get up and run around and shit, man. I hate this part. I fucking hate this shit, man. It takes so long. Argonians are not Vietnamese. Fucking talking about. Please get out of my way! Just gonna speed run. Isn't there a way to glitch this? Hey, go, dude!
You're doing great.
Fuck out of my way. Is there like, there's a glitch to like skip all this, isn't there? How do I do the glitch? Let me out! Where do I go? Where do I go, hat bar? Go here.
Nothing kills me. Mela, damn traitor. Out of my way. We're escaping, Headbutt. You're not stopping us this time. Why? I hope that dragon takes you all to Sovereign Guard. You, come on.
It's so hard to choose. Stormcloaks? No, I'll choose the Imperials. And then betray them later.
Looks like we're the only ones who made it. Was that really a dragon?
Cut me loose, you motherfucker.
We should keep moving. Come here. Let me see if I can get those bindings off. There you go. Take a look around. There should be plenty of gear to choose from. I'm going to see. I can find some of these bones. I get that armor on. Give that sword a few swings. Yo. Let's keep moving. That thing is still out there.
Open up! Let me at him. Let me at him.
What was that?
Yeah. Now we're talking.
Hold it. No. If you want to die,
Yeah. Oh yeah. Taking that. Stage.
Let me see if I can get that door open.
That's what I'm made of. This is my weapon. Fuck you!
Can't hide from me.
Woohoo!
Where'd you come from?
Holy shit. This game's so unrealistic.
This way.
I like the axe. I want the axe. Should have named myself Oz the Beheader.
I've been entertaining their comrades.
Wait a second. Looks like there's something in this.
Get the fuck out of here.
Where in oblivion are we supposed to go? Where's the way out?
Stamina! Please! All ganging up on me.
Bitch! Die!
All you got.
Fucking Robin Hood bow and arrow, bitch.
Ah! Out of my way. I hate choice. I fucking hate spiders so much. Die! 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 Fuck vegans! Vegans! Fuck you! Team! Ha! 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 Eat! Stamina! Two-handed! Two-handed! Yeah! Shouldn't have never trusted me, bitch. Fuck out of here. I'm eating it raw! Fuck is this? I'm a barbarian. I've so vegans. Vegans!
No sign of him. Here for work? Get an axe. Bring me all.
You won't leave here alive.
Bitch. Vegans!
You finish this.
Vegan! Vegan! Look at all this shit. Yeah. Yeah. Gotta get the fuck out of here now. One last job. Yeah. You, the fuck out of my face.
Nothing.
Feminism was never invented yet. Ah! I survived the vegan attacks. I pillaged the yeah! Get the fuck back over here. Ah! Yes. yeah. Think it's a joke. Think it's a joke. Me? Fuck is this? What is this? Vegans! I'm the only out meat eater in a vegan kingdom. Woo! No, I will never be vegan. Ever. Ever! Thank God. Oh, look at this. Beef. Hi. Fuck is this? Are you vegan?
Carlos guide you.
No vegans! We have to go shit on the Jarl's fucking... We're gonna go take a shit on the Jarl's dinner table. Oh yeah. We're gonna shit. Fuck is this? Attacking me! Oh. Two-handed. Yes. Barbarian. Strength over everything. Oh. Fuck. Vegans will take that armor. Put the armor. Arms. Look at those people, they need my help. They're fighting a giant. There's a bigger enemy afoot. Fine, I'll kill the giant.
Scared him off. I'll rip you in.
Fuck you, bitch. No, first fuck I was gonna attack Marcus.
Damn you.
Oh shit! Wait.
I'll tear you to pieces.
Ah! Ah! Yes! My final prey! No! Oh!
you know any true sons and daughters of Skyrim, tell them to head to Windhelm.
Complete. Yes. No one can stop me now. My mission will. Evil. My mission will be completed. Avoid the giant. It's of no use. And a guard? Oh, fuck. Fuck. Spotted. It's okay, it's okay. Guy in the room. Yes! Yes! No, no, no. Animals have no consciousness! No consciousness! Yeah!
Thought I heard something.
Take me to jail. I'll go to jail, fine. Turn myself in. So I can infiltrate your walls. Fine. I yield.
I don't order the yard. Stop right there.
Take me to jail. Oh, guards! Guards! You don't know who you just let inside your city. I lost nothing from my murders. Nothing. Oh, hi, guards. Fuck out of my way. Get the fuck out of my way. I spy with my little eye. Being devoid of consciousness.
Are you married?
Which is not that transition to the for itself, it is only in itself. Oh, yes! Yes! Yes!
You have committed crimes against Skyrim and her people.
Oh, I'll go to jail. How many more animals will I kill until I learn my lesson, though? I have no consequences. No repercussions!
Brigands I can handle. This talk of dragons.
Zero consequences for my actions. I have taken so many animal lives. It's nothing. Nothing.
What is it, Imperial?
Ripe fruit and fresh vegetables for sale. Straight from the fields and orchards of Whiterun to your table.
Maybe some other time I will be your guest.
I'm just looking for a little chicken.
We'll pay whatever it takes,
Doll.
but we must have more swords for the Imperial soldiers.
I just can't fill an order that size. Got some good pieces out here. Yes, actually. How about you smith me an iron dagger? Here's everything you need to make one. Go ahead.
When I make weapons which I'll use to kill more animals! That's what you don't understand!
I don't claim to be the best blacksmith. Not bad, but it's a little dull. How about you sharpen it up? Just need a bit of metal and the grind over there. Have you met my father? I help my father. This looks good. You want to keep helping? How about you make some armor? Let's start tanning some leather on the rack. You out. Ah, good. Let's see if you can make a hide helmet. Here's the rest of what you need. Yes? I should hire you. Let's improve the fit. Take this leather to the workbench over there. Yes? Need something? You have talent. Why don't you keep that down? Helmet. Maybe you will remember me when you're making Skyforged steel, huh?
Have any pets?
I'm waiting.
Not a dog or a cat in there. Pets. Take them.
Got some good pieces out here if you're looking
Remember
to
my
buy.
face.
More inside.
I'm the bane of animals.
Need something?
The fuck out of my way!
Watch it.
Get the fuck out of my way!
I work with my mom.
Be careful.
Fun goes.
You're heading east, steer clear of Hillgrounds 2. Think about those roads. Hey, watch it!
Ain't nobody high and mighty.
Ah!
Stop right there. My lord.
You're going to run.
And I'm gonna do it right again. I'm gonna do it again.
What do you need?
But they can take it away. I'm gonna eat all of it. Ah!
By the order of the Jarl.
I knew it! Over here!
No sign of it.
They say Ulfric Stormcloak murdered the High King. With his voice. Shouted him apart.
What's the meaning of this? Well, that explains why the gods let you in. Come on then. The Jarl will want to speak to you.
So, you were at
personally.
Helgen.
You saw this dragon with your own eyes? Next time, deal with Avenici.
Dear Santa Claus, all I want this Christmas is the death of every animal.
Keep your hands to yourself.
Yeah!
Someone do something.
Fuck. Shit. Oh, shit.
So, you were at Helgen. But it's none of my concern who the Imperials want to execute. I should have guessed Ulfric would be mixed up in this. What do you say now, Proventus? Shall we continue to trust in the strength of our walls? Against the dragon?
My lord, we should send troops to Riverwood at once. It's in the most immediate danger. If that dragon is lurking in the mountains...
View that as a provocation. He'll assume we're preparing to join Ulfric's side and attack him. We should not...
I'll not stand idly while the dragon burns my hold and slaughters my people. Irileth, send a detachment to Riverwood at once.
Yes, my Jarl.
If you'll excuse me.
Hey, Aquino. Account created August 12th. Bye, bitch! Try again next time.
Return to my duties.
No lollygagging
would be best.
Well done. Here, take this as a small token of my esteem. There is another. Come, let's go find
Oh, thank you. Thank you
Arengar,
for this armor.
court wizard.
So great.
He's been looking into a matter related.
Why do I look like this? You guys look how weird I like run. Isn't this weird? Like, look, I'll show you. Look at that. Now I look normal. See, this is normal. And then look what happens. Look at this glitch. It's so weird. I look normal now.
I'm not a man. I'm a weapon in human form. Just unsheath me. Point me at the enemy.
Farengar.
Come to Dragon's Reach.
I found someone who can help you with
Yeah.
your
Well,
dragon.
when I say fetch, straight to the point. I go to Bleak Falls Barrow. Find this tablet.
Surprise.
Interred in the main chamber.
Anything
and
we
bring
can
it
use
to
to fight this dragon.
dragons.
I'm the fucking Jarl.
Before it's too late.
I am the Jarl.
I'm sure he will prove most useful.
Succeed in this, and you'll be rewarded. Whiterun will be in your debt.
I serve Jarl Balgruuf as steward.
My brother takes counsel from Proventus.
You won't leave here alone.
From his daughter. She's a bloody blacksmith.
Hey, watch what you're doing.
This should get out of here. I won't hold back. I'll find him.
The future of Tamriel!
Mercy!
No!
He really needs it these days. Figured I'd give him some views. The guy really needs it these days, poor guy. Yeah, these days he really needs it, you know. Poor guy. Figured I'd give him a little push, little boost. You know, a little booster seat. Charity for the less fortunate, you know. I'm a big streamer. I help out small streamers where here and where I can. So,
Nearly got bang bang.
guys, there you go.